All right. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. This is the May 10th budget hearing session. I will ask Sophia to call the roll.
Councilman, we have present at the table at the time is Councilman Corbett, Councilman Ford,
Present.
Councilman Boyd,
Present.
Councilman Morgan.
Present.
All right, and when other council members come in, we'll acknowledge them accordingly. All right, our first item is going to be the budget operating for police. And Chief Collins, did you want to go and introduce, or should I just go ahead and yield to Rep. Roberts?
All right, thank you.
I'm sorry, and show Councilman Espinosa present. You got it.
Yes, sir. Real quick, I just wanted to highlight something that's in the budget, but I wanted to talk about this as an introduction. You know that we have developed the council districts at the Real-Time Crime Center in preparation to pretty much decide what areas where your Real-Time Crime Center cameras or Scott Cops will be positioned. So if you look up here, if we go to the next slide, we've broken out the districts, and you all were sent this. We're updating this presentation.
All right, so still present.
But I just wanted to make sure you knew that we'll get back with you on a way to, we'll select the hot spots and talk about a way how to assign those to your districts. Next slide. We also have the super districts mapped out. But I think the important thing here is to show that if we talk about crime and the importance of public safety, all of the council districts are affected. Next slide. If we look at the bar graphs, we see that the districts we've shown them from pretty much high to low. You see where you're at. Next slide, and a bar graph on there to show, and you can transition to the next presentation. But I wanted to show you that just to highlight what I talked to the citizens as I go around to all your districts. They mentioned that public safety is one of their priorities. And I hope that we're all on the same sheet of music here and recognize the importance of public safety in the city, and we'll move forward. So this is a presentation of Police Services Division. Our mission and goal is to create and maintain an overall environment for public safety. Our vision is for Memphis to be recognized for zero tolerance for crime, as well as its compassion and responsiveness to the needs, rights, and expectations of all citizens. And we continue to make great strides in that. Here's our organizational chart, broken down from executive, administrative, uniform patrol, investigative services, and special operations. Next slide. You see that the biggest part of our budget, total budget is $256 million. The bulk of our budget is personnel. 87% is personnel, with the others broken down as you see. Next slide. I told you earlier, 87% of the budget is personnel, 11 MS, 2% of the budget is debt services. If you look at our division, though, the bulk of our personnel, bulk of our expenses in uniform patrol. Uniform patrol is important because that's our primary function, is to answer calls for service. The other divisions represent from 9 to 15% of our total budget.
Show Councilman Jones present. Go right ahead, Director.
All right, talk about our initiative for FY 2017. Our top priority is funding 2 recruit classes of 80 recruits. We did reduce that down a few positions on what we think we can actually fill. First proposed class date would be September of 2016. As far as restructuring, we added 2 new service centers for FY 17. 140209 was established to accommodate revenues for a e-citation that we're working on, where 4 out of every $5 would go to MPD, and also we know that the Neighborhood Watch grants program that's currently in parks and neighborhoods will come to us in July of 2016. As far as promotions, we're in the final stages of testing and administration for promotions of all ranks. So we have vacancies of sergeants, lieutenants, majors, and lieutenant colonels that are funded in this budget for those promotions. And as we know, when we promote, we'll have to backfill certain positions. The last biggest item is retention, and we know that the administration and the association has approved our $3.8 million initiative designed to combat retention issues within the division and also to address some of our recruitment issues. Next slide. Our bridge analysis, we see if we start at the top right, we know that last year's adopted budget was roughly $250 million. We did have some increases, but a lot of the increases were offset by some savings and decreases we had. So if we start at the top, full-time salaries, we did have an impact of a 2% pay increase that we saw in January. Part-time salaries increased a little, so we had to hire part-timers to fill some of our full-time vacancies. Overtime went up substantially. Most of our overtime expenses are used to cover and just make complement from the vacancies that we have. So benefit adjustment, this is the retention and recruitment initiative that I just talked about. Also our pension ARC of $1.4 million. And under material and supplies, that $2.4 million is mostly body-worn camera, in-car video storage fees, computer fees and charges for a lot of the technological packages that we're working on. Capital outlay, this is where the Skycop camera fees for you guys are at. The City Council Skycop cameras are funded there. And then we still have $150,000 for the neighborhood watch grants. So if you look at the decreases, we did have a reduction in OPEB of $1.4 million. We had a reduction in benefits due to attrition, reduction in longevity, retirement, and other benefits. And under M&S, we did see a reduction in the cost of fuel, saved us some money. Professional services, the bulk of our promotions for all ranks were paid for in this FYI, so we won't have to carry that on, but we do have some more promotions of our lieutenant colonels that will go into the next fiscal year. And you also see a little a reduction in rent and debt services. So $13.8 million in net increase. When we looked at the $7.9 million in decreases, we're seeing a net increase for our proposed FY17 of $5.9 million, with most of that is in really personnel. If we look at the program comparative summary, where we could look at FY16 compared to FY17, you can see where the increases are at. I've already explained where they are with the body-worn cameras, the increase in wages, and some of the computer fees. Next slide. All right, go look and take a look at the cost trend analysis. All right, you'll have that. I won't go through all of this, but you can look at what we forecast for 16, the adopted for 16, and what we requested for FY17. I think the important things, if you look at the you go to the 5-year trend, over the last 5 years, there's really been very little change in our budget request. What we're seeing is the recent changes. FY13, $205 million. FY14, $206 million. 15, $214. FY16, $2.16 million, and then FY2017, $2.2 million. Like I said, very small increases. So what's driving up some of the increases this year? Most of it is full-time salaries, OPEB, pension obligations that range from $13 to $5 million for the division's portion of the gap. We also saw in M&S an increase in professional services and computer-related technology. The professional service was mostly due to promotions, body worn cameras, and in-car video. Next slide. We look at the personnel comparative information. We see that our authorized complement has pretty much been reduced almost every year except 2015, but we're down to an authorized complement of 2728. We did reduce some of our sworn positions with the realization that, you know, we probably realistically could not fill those positions. As I said, we cut roughly 66 positions from our former authorized complement. So we're going from 2303 to a 2237. Next slide. Here is how most of our employees are broken down. This is everyone. We see that the bulk of our officers and civilians are under uniform patrol. Most of our civilians fall under executive administration. Next slide. On this slide, we're showing our civilians and our police officers in blue. Civilian are in the maroon color. Total commission 2237 with 491 civilians. We did see some civilian positions go up. If you remember, the 30 part-time 911 call takers, the 30 PSTs, that class will start May 30th. And the 10 video analysts, 3 of them have already started. We're in the process of hiring the other 7, and we still are maintaining 203 school crossing guards. Next slide. As we get to M&S, we look at pretty much the top 2 biggest items: city shop fuel and city shop charges. If you add them together, 8.6 million. And you look at all the other major accounts. So, you know, we're really focusing on the major accounts of anything over 500,000. Most of our M&S falls under major accounts.
Show Mr. Merritt and President Cody.
All right. So the major accounts combined equal about 26.4 million. All the other little small accounts are only 2.2 million. Next slide. We look at our leases. We know that we're moving to 170 North Main. We anticipate a savings. Our normal rent every year in CJC was roughly $1 million. So that $706,000 total cost also includes a $400,000 bill that we always pay at the end of the year. So we'll see more savings. If we think about the 2714 Union Extended Address, we're looking at a $200,000 rent. Urban Child Institute, where our real-time crime center is at, we are seeing a little increase in rent there because we expanded our footprint to accommodate the 10 video analysts. But for a total of 1.1 million for our leases. Next slide. We go to our professional services. We do have a breakout available, but under executive administration, Operation Safe Community Consultants, Training Academy Psychological Test, and Safeways, all for $500,000. Under administrative services, we had promotional testing in the final phases, Concentra police recruit physicals, and project management for camera technology, and also we pay for CALEA accreditation assessment for $724,000. And then under investigative services, we support the Child Advocacy Center with $104,000 for a total of $1.3 million. Go to the next slide. All right, this is a slide that we're definitely not happy with. Our MWBE participation has been very low. We're going to work closely with Joanne Massey's office to try to improve that. But, you know, if we think about the products that we really purchase in police, ammunition, body armor, firearms. A lot of those individuals have to be firearms vendors, and we don't control that. The big company that produce ammo guns, we went with Taser for in-car video. So again, I'm not happy with where we're at on that. We're gonna do everything we can do to work with Joanne Mass's shop and, do better with our participation. As I told you, most of our contracts, most of them are big contracts, so they go through the Office of Contract Compliance. So we're definitely aware, and again, we pledge to do a better job. Any of your questions, that is what I have. I know that on one note, one thing I do have to bring back up, that I am prepared to talk about fleet. I know that this is not capital, but it does impact my ability to deliver police services. We have a very old fleet with a lot of cars that need replaced, so I'm prepared to talk about that and pretty much any other item you'd like to discuss.
All right, we'll start with members in the queue. Council members Boyd, anyone else?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Director, good presentation. My question first is, do you see this year overtime being as high as you saw in FY16?
Yes.
Okay. And do you think it'll be around the same range as it was last year?
Yes. We're gonna try to keep it, we're definitely gonna try to keep it within the same range. As you know, that we've used overtime to pretty much try to put more boots on the ground. And, a lot of times we have to adjust to whatever crime is occurring. So, we're gonna manage it as best we can, but at the same time, be responsive to the needs of the citizens and address crime as it comes up.
Okay, and the second part of the presentation is, you hit on it, it's MWB participation. I mean, I understand that you guys buy technical equipment or, have a difficult time, but I think that there are some areas where we may be able to do a better job. And the participation, 1.89% equates to $96,960 based on a budget this substantial is insignificant. And, I just think that all taxpayers and the majority of the city of Memphis deserves a larger portion than that. But I really appreciate your budget presentation. Thank you.
All right, in this order, council members Jones, Morgan, and Fuller Love.
Thank you for your presentation, Director. My question is sort of similar to my colleagues as it relates to overtime.
Yes, sir.
Once we have the full training class, is there an estimate, can you provide an estimate to what we anticipate the overtime cost to decrease by? Do you see any decrease in the number of, in the amount we spend on overtime once we have once we have that class complete?
No, we budgeted what we think we're gonna spend. And so let's talk about the recruit class. So the recruit class starts in September. They'll have pretty much 6 months of training. When that class graduates, they'll ride 80 days with a FTO. And then they'll go on, and finish their 12 months of probation. So I think that when we're talking about that there are short-term solutions and long-term solutions, hiring police officers is not that could take, you're at least looking at a 6-month, almost a 12-month time period before you see a net benefit. But I think it's important to note that not only are we focusing on recruits, because we're focusing on trying to retain our officers also, which is a hard variable to kind of stomach. So we're gonna manage it. We talk about overtime every week. We definitely want to be good stewards of the taxpayer dollars, but at the same time, we're responsible to handle whatever crime trends we see, and we know that we have had a challenge in the first few months. I'm an optimistic person, but I assume that we'll have to continue to get resources out there to address our crime.
And it's been well publicized that other cities are recruiting our officers. Are we doing any recruiting outside of Memphis for experienced officers? Because I feel that Memphis has some benefits to offer, just its cost of living, its climate, whatever the case may be. Are we doing anything to recruit officers or doing any recruitment outside of Memphis that other
Yes.
departments are doing?
Yes, sir.
Can you elaborate on that?
We're heavily focused on the military. We've actually kind of revised some of our policies to accommodate the military individuals. In the past, for example, we ask individuals to have 2 years of continuous service in the military. Well, given that the country's been in over 11 years of combat, a lot of the National Guard and Reserve members have 2 years of active duty service, but it may not be consecutive. So we recognize that we're losing a valuable piece of what those individuals can offer. The other thing, when we talk about looking at our recruiting schedule, I met with our recruiting team last Friday and talked about, I don't get to come in here and pound on the table, but I can pound in the table over there, and talked about, y'all gotta get out and do a better job. You gotta go to more colleges. So we're hitting high schools because we need PSTs. We're hitting the colleges to attract those individuals that are coming out of college that may not have an opportunity to step direct into a career, and we're hitting the military. And we also look at other officers that have been commissioned with a law enforcement agency for 2 years and try to bring them on in our lateral program.
Thank you. That's all I have.
All right, Mr. Morgan passed, so Ms. Fuller, you're next.
Thank you so very much. And thank you, Mr. Director, for your presentation, very good presentation. I would first like to ask, have you officially applied for the position of director?
No, ma'am. That position is open to June the 17th. I think I would be a disservice to all of you if I was focused on getting the job and not getting the budget ready, responding to the crime and what people want. So I think I can get it in before the 17th. So, I try to focus on big things at one time, and this was the most important thing I've done this week.
We want you to multitask.
Well, let's get the budget.
Exactly.
Or let's get the budget passed on the 7th, and then he can get his application in on the 8th.
I know, and I know you said that you were being very prayerful over this, and I've been praying that you do, so we can stop the
Need
foolishness
a lot of prayer to be
of looking for a nationwide search. But anyway, Mr. Director, you talked about a compliment, and I was trying to find the page. Oh, you were talking about the compliment, and we're looking, is that 2,774?
What word you at, man?
On page 15. Page 15
Okay.
for the year 2016.
27, 28 number?
2774, no.
Oh, in 2016?
Yes,
The authorized complement?
uh-huh.
Yes, ma'am.
And so, where do we stand today?
You know, police officers on.
Yeah, police officers only.
Oh, well, I'm glad you asked.
Yes, sir.
So, today, commissioned police officers, we're at 2028.
2028.
2028. And I
And-
actually
and
brought
what-
this for your reading pleasure.
And what is our needed complement?
Well, if you look at, once this comes out, but I'll talk about it now. So every day we get an employee analysis report. So if you look at 2016, our complement, our funded complement was 2304.
Uh-huh.
And we're down to 2028, that says we're down 276, and this is everybody. If you just look at uniform patrol officers, we're down 171 patrol officers. So, when we talk about the authorized, or the authorized complement, that's everybody. But when we just look at police officers, it was 23, this 2303 number, but we reduced that 66 positions. We recognize that there was an opportunity to ask for what we really could possibly fill.
Now, my colleague, Ms. Jones, asked you about what is the Memphis Police Department doing to attract other individuals to come and join the force. Now, and you said that you're really looking at the military. Is this part of Mayor Strickland's plan to reach out to others to bring them into the department?
Yes, ma'am, it's a comprehensive plan, so in the next few weeks, we'll kick off our ad campaign. And, you know, that was a talked about ad campaign, it was a $400,000 ad campaign. I remember the first time I appeared here, I was sitting down here, the first time I appeared before council as the training commander. And we had kicked off our $700,000 ad campaign, and we hired more recruits in that period of time, and that probably 3-year period of time. That's how we got our complement up to 2,500. So I can speak from firsthand experience that it can be done, especially if we work together as a team to work on the benefits. And I want to compliment, I don't know if Chief Smith is here and the mayor. Chief Smith is there. Chief Smith wears me out. She calls me at home, sends me emails late at night trying to come up with a benefit package. So Chief is tirelessly worked to try to improve the benefits. So reaching out to the military is just one of those pegs that we're working on. But college, getting the recruiters out there, working on our benefits package, you know, talking about that, although there have been some changes to benefits, making sure people actually know what the changes are. Mike Williams, Esther Little John, I talk to them on a regular basis. We try to come to the table and talk about, look guys, we need to do what's best for the city. Let's recognize our differences and see where we can move in one direction to improve those, to keep our officers and to recruit new people.
Now, does that mean you think that the billboards that the MPA has about Exodus, restore our benefits, is that something that you're looking to the MPA to stop in order that the city can recruit officers?
Well, you know, our ad campaign will have billboards that talk about the best in blue. As I drive around the city, there are all types of billboards competing for space. And I just want people to know that we talk and try to make sure we're all going in the same direction, but I think that's a conversation for another venue. I just want to talk about what we're doing within police. Mike is here, and me and Eska, we can walk out the door and have some discussions about that. But I think at the end of the day, we all want the same things. We see that there is an issue that we need to work on benefits, and we're going to do that.
1 minute, Jim.
And we definitely need to work on it.
All right. Thank you. So one final question. You said the PST classes will begin May 30th. And how many PSTs are you looking to train?
Yes, ma'am. Council approved 30.
Okay.
So I would like to relook at that issue.
Of course.
Once we hire these 30, to look at budgeting another 30 to improve that, because, you know, if we cannot get the number of officers we're looking for, then we gotta come up with other ways to reduce the workload on the officers.
Again, Director, thank you so very much. And as Chairman stated, hopefully we can get this budget finished before your June deadline.
Yes, ma'am.
And we can have you apply for a
Right.
permanent position. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr.
Mr.
Love.
Chair.
Anyone else?
Mr. Chair, move to approve.
All right, is there a second?
Second.
Moving properly seconded. Only thing I want to say is, looking at all the information, like you're right on par on everything that I've asked other division heads. One concern that I had, you two already acknowledged that regarding MWBs, so I don't have anything else. So all those in favor, please signify by saying aye on this budget without amendments. Any opposed? And chair, the ayes have it. That item passes. Thank you very much.
Thank you. It is my 50th birthday tomorrow, so.
Happy
birthday.
49 for 65.
Well, I thought y'all were gonna sing.
Mine's not here anymore.
Today is
Are you
Mike
gonna sing?
Williams' birthday.
Are you
of
singing?
MPA.
You sing? No? All right. Moving on to the next one. Next, we have the city engineer's office. We're ahead, but that doesn't mean we need to be behind. So, thank you very much.
They're my birthday.
Mr. B-Lee, are you ready? Hit the gavel in 30 seconds, ladies and gentlemen. 20 seconds. Any questions, James? Fine stuff. You have a James. Five, four, three, two, one, and we are back, ladies and gentlemen. We have our interim engineering director, Manny. Welcome. And we're ahead, so that doesn't mean take all the time up. I know you have a robust presentation, so let's go ahead and start.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Again, good afternoon.
Hey, close this door, Ron.
Ron, can you close the door for us, please? Thank you. Really appreciate it. Sorry, Mr. Right here, sir.
Today, we're presenting for your consideration engineering FY17 operating budget. So we'll begin with slide number 2. Is the engineering division's mission statement. Basically, provide quality engineering, project management services to ensure properly planned, designed, and constructed public projects are delivered to the citizens of Memphis in a timely and cost-effective manner. Slide number 3 is the division's organizational chart. The division has 3 legal levels and 10 departments. That includes our admin budget, land development, building design, construction, civil design, sewer design, construction inspections, mapping records, traffic engineering, science markings, and our traffic signal maintenance. Moving on, slide number 4 is our revenue budget by category. The total division revenue is at $1.1 million approximately dollars, of which I want to highlight 3 at the top. 32% of that total division revenue is with our cable install review fee, and I can touch base on that later on as we come through the bridge analysis. 23% is our street cut fees, and 18% is charges to other municipalities and insurance payments that we receive. Next slide, number 5, is our expenditures by category. Total division gross expenditures is at $11.1 million. Of that, 66% is personnel, 33% is M&S, or materials and supplies, and the other 2 capital outlay and service charges. I would like to point out that the $36,000 for service charges is actually for credit card processing associated with our parking meter program. Next slide is our expenditure budget by program level. Again, the division gross expenditure is at $11.1 million. 47% of that is our design and administration. 25% is signs and markings, and 28% is our signal maintenance.
Show Councilman Brown pressing this word along.
Yes, sir.
Next slide is the overview for the new service delivery initiative for FY17 budget. We have, the division does not have any staffing changes for FY17, nor do we have any program changes in FY17. Next slide is our bridge analysis. FY16 adopted net expenditure is $9.788 million. For 17, we're looking at personnel, on our personnel services, a full-time salary of $90,517, and those are increases represented by the cost of living adjustment. Overtime, we're looking at decrease in our signal maintenance for a substitute for temporary employees. So you'll see a negative on the overtime. The next two, pension ARC and OPEB are HR-driven costs. The next line item on that, salaries, part-time salaries. So we're looking to increase our temp employees for our fiber locates, 50,000, and asking for an additional 30,000 for our traffic engineering design temps to fill our vacancies. That puts us to a total increase of personnel expenditures or expenses of $211,025. Under our materials and supplies, miscellaneous professional services is at $393,500. 350 of that, as I referred to in slide 4, is our cable installation plans review, and so this will be a reimbursable item. So we had an expenditure, so we had put in as a revenue. So the total increase in M&S is at $382,945. Capital outlay, $25,000. This is a large format scanner that we will use to hopefully save space for digital storage of our plans, as well as reduce our plan distribution and hopefully, any courier delays as a result of our plans. So that puts us to a total increase in expenditures of $618,970. Continue on to slide number 9. On the revenue side, that reflects the $350 for that increase due to revenue to so the net division is at $268,970. So our proposed expenditures for 17 is at $10,057,115. Basically, this reflects a flat growth for us from FY16 to 17 of approximately just 2.7%. Divisional operating revenue and expenditure details. Next slide is the comparative summary for our revenues for the design and administration from FY17 to FY16 adopted to 17 requests. You'll see that there's an increase of 350, and that's the cable inspection fee. So that's the total revenue side. Total expenditures from FY16 to 17. For division administration, there's an increase of $592,943. Signs and marking is a decrease of $12,765, and signal maintenance is an increase of $38,792. And the total expenditure is $618,970, and the net expenditures of $268,970, which reflects our bridge analysis. Cost trends and other detailed information. Next slide. These are our 5-year expenditure trend report, division levels. Kind of point out a couple of things that were already discussed during our bridge analysis. Is full-time salary increase is associated with our 1% cost of living adjustment. Overtime was the 50,000 reduction. We're using that for part-time increase. The pension ARC is identified in the bridge analysis. That was a reduction of 85. I'm sorry, that was an increase of Next page, 14, is, let's see here. The health insurance premium, those are employee selection of the plan, so that's what the increase in that. And the salaries for part-time employees is the 80,000, 50,000 for our temporary, for our signal, and then 30 for our traffic design. Continue on to slide 15. Just point out that the top 4 items listed under M&S are GS, general services driven numbers, and so we account for those. Next slide, 16. Point out under our miscellaneous professional services, 053528 is the increase from FY 16 to 17 of approximately 384,000 is associated with the 350 for the cable review and the 43,500 for our Tennessee One service. Next slide is continue on with the 5-year expenditure report. Let's see here. And I just want to emphasize on here is our capital outlays where we have our large format scanner. On the revenue side, it's identified that the 350 is for the cable permit and it's reflected on here in FY 17 for 350,000. So that brings us to our net operating approximately $10 million. Next slide is our personnel comparative complement. 28 of our total of 116 within the division, 28 of that resides in our signal and maintenance. The other 28 is in our signs and markings, and the remaining 60 is in our design and administration. Next slide, 21, is our vendor detail for professional services. This is the 052528 line. We have 350,000 for plant review and construction inspect for underground cable installation. This is 100% reimbursement by the cable providers. The next one, 240,000, is part of our outsource of our locate for city buried fiber optics and traffic control systems. 120 is coordination with our private development plans review. And the remaining 70,000 is our other administrative engineering services throughout our fiscal year. Next slide. The next slide represents our MWBE participation in FY 16. Currently, overall, the division has a 23% participation in MWBE. The data that we have currently, we have approximately 28 out of 107 companies that are certified EVO. So we are encouraging and this coming year incentivizing companies and consultants to partner up with other firms to increase those numbers, as well as working with our diversity office to kind of some of the limiting factors that we have on that is some of the work that we do includes our traffic signal construction, our traffic signal design and construction inspections. There is no EVO firms currently out there for that, so those are limiting factors, including some of our heavy structural like paving. There's really no EVO companies that currently do that. So I just want to reinforce again that the division does have currently a 23% participation. And the last slide is the engineering division's authorized complement historical numbers for almost a decade, so from 2007 to now, it kind of reflects. Mr. Chairman, that concludes my presentation.
Thank you. We have two members in the queue, Council Members Boyd and Jones in that order.
Okay, thank you, Manny, on slide 13, you have overtime, and I've noticed since FY 13, your overtime has increased. Why do you feel the need or feel that your overtime is steadily increasing?
Slide, please, next slide.
Yes, sir.
So we're actually reducing that number, this year, right?
Offset it with temporary.
So we're offsetting it with temporary, so that's where the reduction of the 50,000 is. So that's actually, the trend will be, reducing.
Okay. All right, and on slide number 15, I'm looking at your M&S. Is it due to this printer that you purchased that your M&S went up on? Because I'm looking at, I think, 052342 material supplies. Looking at it steadily increase. When you go into the FY17, I'm just trying to figure out what's the dramatic increase in your M&S?
Sure. So the M&S for miscellaneous services, is that what that is?
Right.
Material supplies. That is for our LED replacements as part of our lighting system.
Mhm.
And some of the associated intersection pavement markings that needs to be done. So that just costs over time, associated with part of the work that we do in town.
Okay. And let me ask you this, I was looking at your MWBE report, and I mean, I think that you hit on it, one thing, and I'm hammering home, you know, taxpayers in the city of Memphis deserve an equal stake and participation. And I think that there are definitely creative means to figure out ways of doing business with businesses. I was always taught if you want to do something, or if somebody want to help you, they will. They'll find a way. So with that note, I'm done, but thank you for your presentation.
All right, Councilman Jones?
Thank you. Ms. Bell?
Thank you for your presentation. The first question that I have is, can you expound on the cable installation? Where's the cable going? Is that here at City Hall? Is it?
It's
City.
throughout the
Throughout the
city.
city, okay.
Yes, sir.
What type of cabling is it?
It's for
Private development.
private development cable. And so we inspect those, and so we basically, this is our anticipated cost for the fiscal year is $350. And of course, we get a reimbursement for that from the service providers.
Okay. Great, thank you. Next question is, on 17, slide 17, I'm looking at the credit card fees. Spence, you mentioned that those are the fees that we pay for the parking meters?
For processing the credit card. when we
Right,
do the
right.
credit card.
Where does that revenue go? Is that not reflected in your budget?
It's an unallocated revenue.
Unallocated?
And if you look on page 21, there are two spots for that shows. Which one? Just get right here, yeah.
Budget.
Okay.
About midway, you'll see parking meters of $850,000 revenue.
Okay. Okay. And thank you for that.
They've got about two.
Ken,
15.
and I'm looking at page 22 now. So I see a 30 million spent, but when I look at gross expenditure, say on page 6, I see 11.
So a lot of those we get grant funding.
Uh-huh.
Grant funds. Unfortunately, when we're using grant funds, there's a state accounts for just 8% of DB, and that's not part of our EBO goal. Is that correct?
And also, these are also Councilman
You know what to do. I know you, but you gotta,
Stevenson,
yeah. Stand
Administrator
up
of
so
City
everybody can see.
Engineering. These reflect the
I can't see.
projects.
Yes, sir.
These reflect the projects also that we manage for other divisions, Public Works, General Services, Parks, where we manage both the design and the construction. We process the contracts through the Goals Committee, and then we manage, among other things, the goals attainment. So we include those in our percentages because we have all the numbers to report.
Okay, but doing it that way, is there not a double count? When we're talking about, when you say you're talking about other departments, aren't they presenting their numbers and theirs?
No, sir. And we present those numbers in lieu of them presenting them because they don't have those numbers. This is something that is tracked monthly through Oracle, and when we manage the project, we manage the numbers and we report those numbers. So the other divisions who we are managing those projects for don't have those numbers and therefore don't report them.
Okay, so if we're doing, well now, so going back and looking at this green section, 14.8, and you say there are no requirements to report that?
So again, this is the specialized firms that are unavailable.
What are you unavailable?
For example, heavy structural work, there is really no firms out there that can do the work. That's just an example. Some of our traffic signal construction, we really don't have any EVO companies out there. And so part of the things that we're doing is to encourage that as part of our contract work, incentivizing it to merge up with other EVO companies.
And I know the time is running out, but can you provide, I guess, a greater breakdown of this section and also partly looking at the total MBE, disaggregate that data, please? And so what I'd like to see is just a greater breakdown of this $30 million spend. Thank you, Mr. Bowers. Thank you.
Anyone else? I have a couple of questions, but I'll let council members go first. Seeing none, a couple of questions, Director. And I'm asking you the same thing that I've asked other department heads. I know that General Services, and I know Public Works hasn't come up here yet, and I know engineering have seasonal items that occur. Looking at your materials and supplies on your Q3 appropriation statement, it shows that you've used roughly half of your materials and supplies with a $2.9 million encumbrance with about $1.3 million remaining. But my question will be a little bit skewed because this budget that you're presenting to us, you're asking for less M&S. Is there anything in particular that you might be using the $1.3 million for that's seasonal or not seasonal?
Bike lanes.
Bike lane? Like for instance, General Services and Public Works discusses it's getting warm outside, it's going to rain, grass grows very high, so even though they haven't used that much, it's going to be used because of the seasonal things that occur, and I didn't know if you had something in particular that's...
Yes, sir. Our paving, our striping is a seasonal operation. We typically defer on seasons on that.
Well, because of the bike lanes, but go ahead. All right.
But for all the striping that we do.
Okay. About how much does that cost, give or take? Within maybe like the fourth quarter, how much would it cost, roughly? And it looks like you're trying to do more with less with this last budget, so I just want to see what you have in mind with the last quarter in place, just to see. And that's all. That's the only question I got left, and I'll be ready for a motion after that. Yeah, I know that's what.
About $100,000.
Half a million. Okay. All right, Ms. Fuller, does that mean you want to make the motion?
Yes, move it.
All right. Been moved and properly seconded, with no amendments, so all those in favor, please signify by saying aye. Aye. All those opposed, please each other, ayes have it. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we have Public Works not 3 times according to your schedule. We have a 4th one, and that's because the general fund was left out, and we have to do the general fund. So we're gonna do the general fund first, is that correct, Mr. Connect?
Yes, sir.
All right, so we're doing this order, Public Works 4-fold, general fund, stormwater fund, sewer fund, and solid waste fund. We all ready?
Yes, sir.
Doesn't mean we have to do it. Yes, we have to.
Get downtown and set up a Cadillac grill.
So when Ms. Fuller does that, I need to know what that means. Right? No, I ain't saying that.
Oh, that,
Thought they was gonna try to correct that somehow. No, you can have it. Go ahead, or you can. I want you to go through all these. I was trying to be that was your thing.
Yell out the verse 4.
On top of it. I said to somebody funny on this chart. Chart is way off.
You put Jones down first.
Yeah, Jones, look at that. I'm way down here. It's scary. It's a little too scary for me.
Director Connect, you ready?
Yes, sir.
All right.
I like that.
We are ready, ladies and gentlemen, for the Public Works Budget General Fund. And you have the largest PowerPoint presentation out of all of the divisions, so
Well, I'm not gonna go through everyone, I'm just gonna do a couple and then.
it's
I'll-
87 pages, y'all, I think.
I don't see the necessity to go through all those, just a
All right.
couple, and we'll move on.
You know. You're on.
So, thanks to the budget chair and committee, I'm presenting the general fund budget first and foremost, as the chairman has alluded. So Public Works General Fund is one of 4 that I have a portion of. As he stated, there's 3 others. The next slide, please. Of course, this is our mission statement, and then our MWE goal. Overall, our division has done adequately, but not great in this area. We struggle every year in this area, which is one of the key reasons why we have a new position posted and going to be filled, a diversity and contract analyst position. As I've spoken to already on this subject, working with Joanne Massey in her office, I foresee this position being instrumental in making these numbers grow over the next year. It's a very important goal. We have a lot of opportunity in this area, and it's just been one area we've struggled because of the complexities of Public Works. When you talk about how specialized, and this is not general fund, this is all funds, and I can speak a lot more to that. When you talk about doing the special projects, it is a challenge to find enough contractors. We've been successful in the mentor protege program in our sewer fund, but this again is we're trying to benchmark that, use that, and grow in our areas where we can. So under the general fund and public works, you have our administration, street maintenance, and neighborhood improvements. Street maintenance is involved with the paving and maintenance of streets. We also do right-of-way cutting, litter pickup, and guardrails, and a few other ancillary items. Neighborhood improvement includes code enforcement, as you're all very familiar with. It includes ground services, who does the private grass mitigation. And then I have Memphis City Beautiful is also included in that group. Here's an overview of our general fund for the $20.9 million budget. As you see, most of it is in personnel. The rest of it is in M&S, about 53%. Next slide, please. This is the breakdown by department, service center, within those areas and what the expenditures is. The street maintenance is not exactly the way it is, because we get $6.5 million from the CIP budget for the paved streets every year. So the budget doesn't reflect the total expenditures that it does spend, which is about $14.7 million total. Neighborhood improvement, 11.7 is the second largest portion of that. The next one shows our sources of funds. We have various funding mechanisms that we receive throughout this from the state. We assess taxes and liens on properties for the work that we do. And again, we have some other registration fees and some other opportunities. And this will be the last one, and we'll open it up. There's the major changes coming up this year is we are integrating Memphis Fire into Neglect with neighborhood improvement code enforcement. The duties and responsibilities of the Fire into Neglect are work in conjunction with our own in terms of code enforcement. They do primarily commercial and multifamily in terms of their compliance with code standards and fire notices. So it was seen as an opportunity last year to merge those two in order to be more comprehensive and to be, collaborate more efficiently and effectively in how we do address code issues across the city. And with that, I'll open up any questions for Jennifer.
All right, general fund questions. I know Councilman Jones, you want to be. No.
But after everybody else.
After everybody else? Okay, everybody else? Okay. Councilman Boyd, then Councilman Jones.
I mean, the only thing, the white elephant in the room for me, was slide 3. I guess my problem that I have is that every division comes in and say, and I guess that's kind of the bridge to say, okay, you guys should accept this because it's difficult and we can't find minorities to do work. And when you look at your chart, 87 million in an FY15 and 8 to MWBE, and then we jump to 16, we're at $80 million spent of taxpayers' dollars and 4 for MWBEs. I mean, if that's not a disparity, I don't know what you call one. It's just not right. And I mean, I can understand that, some of the areas that you guys work in is difficult, but I know we can make it up in other areas where there are some people that have professional skills and services to do better. I just think this right here is not copacetic. And I think, going forward, we may need to put some type of performance review based on how divisions perform on their MWB participation. I mean,
the CIP was only 10%.
right. That's my comment. It's not really a question, but that's my comment. And I just think that the city of Memphis, we are facing a lot of issues: job growth, poverty, crime, and I think that when you have dollars being spent by the people that we represent and they can't get a portion of it, it's not right. It's not right. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
All right. And to say something to that, when we get down the road, I have somewhat of a solution to help out with this, because we've been talking about this every single time that there's been a presentation. And I know we can talk about it all day, but it's going to be time to actually put some solutions with longitudinal goals and objectives. So when we get to that point, if the council can indulge me with some things. Mr. Jones, then Mr. Bryant.
Thank you. Ms. Connect, I'm looking at pages 7, 8, and 9. So on pages 7 and 8, we see the $20.9 million in expenditures. But then on page 9, these numbers don't add up to 20 million. So I'm curious as to where's the revenue breakdown of Public Works?
Revenue breakdown of overall general funds?
Yes, so this is the general fund presentation here, correct?
Yes.
So what I was looking for, I don't see anything. I see our spending $21 million, but I don't see our source for the $21 million that we're.
If you go to the page 10, it shows, page 9 shows our outside sources of revenue. Those are outside the city. Everything else is general funded. We do receive Other funds, we do recover funds. I'm sorry.
Yeah, in all the presentations, you see, Councilman, the vast majority of everything in the general fund, all of the divisions are being funded and financed through the unallocated property and sales tax, et cetera. What you'll see is some divisions actually have a little bit of outside revenue. Either there might be a fee, there might be some state, so they will show that, but it'll always be a very small percentage. Like if you think back the other day to fire services, they have a budget of about 170 million, but then they have, I think 15 million for ambulance fees. Well, they just showed the 15 million because it was fees that they specifically generate for a special service. So in this case, that's what this is. These are the funds that are beyond the unallocated property tax, sales tax.
But I guess I was just looking for, you know, when we're looking at budget though, you usually want to see, they do, but we just don't have it here where the revenues match the expenditures.
Right, because the revenues aren't unique to each division. When the whole thing adds up, it's balanced because total revenues equals total expenses. But division by division, we don't have unique revenue by division. The revenue is mostly this generic source of revenue that then funds all these activities.
Okay. What would it,
In the general fund, in the other funds is different.
Yeah, the other funds
Right.
So we'll get to those separate, those are different, those are utilities.
my next question is, how much, so in going back to slide 3, and I think about this, how much emergency work do we do?
All in the general fund or total?
Well, both.
Varies by year. This year.
Right, yeah,
we've
that's
had
the
a
nature of
couple
emergency,
extreme
right.
circumstances,
Okay.
you know, so, it'll vary, but I can get a figure to you. I mean, this year is gonna be an extreme year, we're probably gonna have $12 million in emergency repairs just in sewer alone.
Yeah.
We don't have many, stormwater, we don't have an awful lot of stormwater, we don't have an awful lot of general fund emergencies, they're not as large scale as that because of the magnitude of the issue that we're often dealing with. So it's not always true, but in stormwater, it's probably the lesser degree. So, you know, this year we might spend $15 million in emergency repairs. That's just an estimate, sir.
Where I'm going with that, you know, I understand that emergency, and going back to MWBE, I understand that emergencies don't have to be big.
Right.
And so for my, and I'm just making this general suggestion, if I know that my numbers are going to be horrible, and then especially when there are jobs that, for whatever reason, I'm not meeting my numbers when it's from a bidding standpoint, emergencies, you don't have those restrictions. And so I see that as low-hanging fruit for your department, all departments, to essentially say, because the bottom line is that we want to see businesses in Memphis participate in the taxes that they pay. And so mine is just a general, so from an emergency standpoint, I still say, in emergency, and then professional services. Granted, there are, you know, when we talk about construction, when we're talking about road builders, there probably aren't any MWBE road builders out there, or asphalt companies that sell, or manufacturers that sell us the asphalt, or some of that heavy equipment. But for those for those areas that may be low-hanging fruit, I suggest if I were any division director, I'd use those, not necessarily to prop up my numbers, but to really seek out and be deliberate about what the goals of this council seem to be in doing so. And honestly, I don't see any department doing that, especially when you do have the ability to think outside, or to go outside the box in doing so.
May I say, I have a position, right now I'm posted, this for diversity and contract analysis. That person's goal is this, is what you're asking me to do, is to be, you know, thoughtful and innovative and seeking to get as much participation as I can quickly and efficiently, and to find the low-hanging fruit, because it is value added. So I think I'm being, in my vision, being very creative in that way by bringing someone on whose sole purpose and function is going to be to do this, and working very detailed to make it happen.
My last statement is just going to be this. we can bring on 50 people, but unless there's the will, and from the way that our charter is written, the mayor and by delegation you have the power of the pen. You don't have to bring stuff back to the council like they have to do across the street. And so, like I said, you can bring 50 folks in there, but unless department heads are willing to stroke that pen, that's just a waste of taxpayer money, to be honest with you, without that will. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Councilman Brown, you have the floor.
Thank you, Chairman. Wilson. I just want to make sure that I'm being correct on this. MBEs, do you by any chance use concrete?
Yes, sir.
Well, I know you do. You gave me the right answer. But the thing is, do you use finishing contractors in the concrete trades?
Whenever there's projects like that come up, yes, sir.
Do you use bricklayers, am I correct, for structure?
Yes, sir.
Do the different things in the storms and different things in your division? You use all of the crafts per se. And the thing is that if you got in the crafts, I know you got a lot of MBE corporations in this city, minority business enterprises, and that does this kind of work. And that's what's got that. I mean, that's the alarming about the whole situation. You say, well, I can't find these people. It's strange that we can name 20 off the top of my head. So something is wrong. I'm just saying, look, I don't kick people, but I do know you're in trouble. And I think this administration is in trouble because there are qualified MBEs that can do the work that you do in public works. You got a vast range of divisions now. And, but in public works, I mean, there's so many companies out there that can perform said services for the city of Memphis. And that's the reason why when you look down and you see 5%, 4 million out of 80 million, it's just not kosher. So I don't know what's going on. I don't want to question your administrative ability, your capabilities. I don't want to do that. What we're trying to do here is solve the problem. You may not know that every citizen that looks like me, they want to know why we're not sharing in the tax wealth and the wealth of the city. And I'm straight with you, you know. I'm always straight. I'm on cue. It's questionable. You know, everything is questionable. It makes the mayor look bad. This mayor made the other mayor, he was looking bad anyway. But hell, he wasn't delivering. And I told him that. Because I just call him the way I see him. All citizens want to do, in business as well, is to share in the tax wealth of the city. The everyday citizens want to share in the tax wealth of having services, you know, performed for them, sanitation, you know, paving, you know, anything that has something to do with the quality of life for a citizen. But I just want you to know that, you know, the idea that we're trying to come and you are under attack, it's just something just not right. I'm not saying it started a long time ago, but now it looks like the numbers dropping, so that's alarming. Now I got to go face about 100 business owners, some of them in the construction trade, in the crafts. So what we tell them? What do you want me to tell them? I know what I'm going to tell them. Say, hey, you're entitled to whatever tax wealth coming to the city. Public Works has, what was it, $500 million? $500 million of contracting or dealing with, you know, services, you know. $500 million. And you only got 4. It's not, look, maybe we need to call Mayor Strickland and tell him the same thing. Maybe we ought to conference up on it, because it just went too far. And we're going to stop it this time. It's going to have to stop. And we're not trying to make anybody the fall guy. I don't want to do that. My time up?
No, okay.
So what I'm saying is that something just going to have to give there. I don't care if it's, I know his CAO is here, Brian Collins is here, Campbell is here, everybody. I mean, and then you got Patrick Dandridge. Patrick Dandridge know where minority contractors are. He looks just like me. No way that he don't know, because he does know. Maybe you ought to ask him. You guys ought to work something out with the Minority Contractors Association. Who we got out there? How can I know more than what you guys know? Something's wrong with this picture. But it's not a thing. I'm not trying to beat you. But at the same time, this thing has come to the head. It's time for us to put a resolution to it and solve it. It's going to be embarrassing. I don't think you guys want Jim to get reelected. That's the way I feel. I know it's a re-election process after this 4 years. But you're going to have to be able to deliver. I'm just saying people say that we're a joke, that this is a joke. You got contractors who say this thing is a joke. I don't want to. When I go back out, I'm going to talk to this woman that's over the Minority Contractors Association. You may be familiar with her. Are you familiar with her in our organization? It operates out of one of our city entities down on Beale. So, it's not just on you, man. It's on all of the divisions that's not doing it. I don't care who it is. That's it. I'll stop right here, but we got to do something about this.
Before I make a motion,
Okay.
I just want to say this, and I want to elaborate on what my colleague, Mr. Brown, just said. Don't take this personal and think it's a personal attack against you guys. But when I go out into my district and you hear people talk about the lack of opportunities, this is what we deal with. And we just feel that at the end of the day, we create new positions to pacify the citizens without results. We'll take taxpayers' dollars and give somebody a job, and their main focus is to keep folk out. And that's how the general public sees this. Because at the end of the day, we've heard for years, more and more people get it. We're going to create office of black business tomorrow. And at the end of the day, you don't see any results.
That's funny.
So I'm just saying that we have to be very intentional, because I can't tell somebody I made a motion to move your budget. You have $80 million spent in FY16 and you spent $4.
It's embarrassing.
I mean, it's literally embarrassing. But I'll make a motion to move, Mr. Chair.
Is there a second?
Second.
All right, it's been moved and properly seconded with no amendments, Ms. Fuller.
Thank you so much.
Nobody else, I got a couple of
All right, let me say this just very quickly, Director Jones. As my colleague just stated, it is certainly nothing personal against you. Connect, I'm talking to you. It's nothing personal. But I think what you're hearing, and you probably haven't heard in a long time, black council people talking is what some may see as brazen as you're hearing. But it's just that time is out for the dumb stuff. I sat across the table from Mayor Strickland, and he showed this to me. He said, Janice, look at this. And I said, what is it, Mr. Mayor? He said, 12%. That's all AC did last year. That's disgraceful. I said, yes, it sure is. He said, we're going to do better than that. I said, much, much better. And so he's committed to Joanne Massey. He's committed to the people of Memphis. That's what he said, that he was going to do better than this. And I'm like Councilman here and Councilman Jones here. We know that maybe there are certain things that may be difficult to find, but for the most part, I believe if you look hard enough, delve hard enough, there's some MWBEs out here who got connections to all kind of stuff, whatever we need. So it's no attack on you. It really isn't, because I know you're dealing the cards that were dealt, and you try to do your best. But we just want you to know, it's a new day. It's a new day. A new sheriff is in town. Well, 12.
Are you the sheriff?
7 of
We
them.
the deputy?
Yeah, we the deputies. A new deputy sheriff.
But don't shoot the sheriff.
Well, it's a new sheriff, Jim Strickland is sheriff, but it's some new deputies in there. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. I just have 2 questions, and then if there's nothing else, we can go to our vote. Same question, customarily, looking at your appropriation statements for Q3. If you take the encumbered piece out, it looks like you're at 31% on your materials and supplies, even though you've used about $13 million in encumbered. And it looks like you got about $4.7 million left for this quarter. Well, is that going to be used for seasonal items, just like I asked general services and engineer?
Most of our fleet maintenance paving occurs in this part of the year, so we do a lot of expense during the last quarter of the year. So it's not uncommon for us to spend several $1 million a month as we move through our paving season, which is the biggest component. And also have to understand we do a lot of grass cutting. Our grass cutting is really growing tremendously now, which is another general funded cost. So we're spending $300,000 a month alone on that. So we do spend quite a bit of funds in the summer months because of the season.
And then my last question is just for the purposes of new council members having knowledge, because it's going to be a segue to my question when we get to stormwater. Code enforcement, is it specifically funded out of the general fund or any of the other funds that we're going to discuss, or a combination of?
Other than the liens that we do bring in and some of the other fees we've established, it is primarily a general funded operation.
All right, good. So when I ask that other question, when we get to the next one, at least people will know. I mean, this director has like 4 particular funds he works with, and that's a lot of money. So when we discuss I actually got the total here. You're talking over $70 million worth of funds. That's a lot of money.
On top of 110.
Exactly,
A lot
exactly.
of money.
It is. And we're talking about 1,051 people that you have under all those funds, with the proposed number of 1,200. So just give an idea for where the questions might go after we do this. I don't have any other questions. Anybody else? All those in favor for the general fund, the Public Works Division, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? Can the chair the ayes have it? The ayes have it. Well,
I had an amendment to that budget. Too late, but look.
You want to bring it?
We can wrap up, bring it if you don't wrap up, but I can give him a head start.
Yes, please.
The head start is, we're gonna wanna look over your division every 60 days to see what your participation is with MBEs and WCUs.
So no.
Okay, so that's gonna be in there, okay? No, he's okay. Bring it up,
Wrap up, yes. We will now go to the stormwater fund in Public Works.
That was awesome.
Yeah, all 87 pages.
Yes, sir. Thank you. So at Public Works, I have 3 other funds, 2 enterprise funds. One is a stormwater fund, which is a public utility, and a sewer fund is a public utility. And then I have a solid waste fund, which is a special revenue fund. And all told, it's over $200 million in this, over the budgets. Now, the stormwater fund is, put it in the slide, please.
Stormwater or solid waste is where you
I'm sorry, it's supposed to be stormwater.
Stormwater.
It'll be towards the end, unfortunately, I'm sorry about
This
that.
is the order: stormwater, sewer, solid waste.
62, I think it is.
No worries. That's it.
So under stormwater, you have several operational organizations: drain maintenance, heavy equipment services, flood control, and stormwater management. The stormwater program also funds some other outside agencies in engineering design. Next slide. This is an overview that explains how the distribution of spend in that group is. The primary expense you'll see is personnel at $9.9 million. M&S is 5.6. We have other expenditures, which is kind of our debt service, our depreciation and contribution is a little over $8 million. And then we spend about $1.2 million in drainage design. Next slide, please. This is the distribution by service center. Drain maintenance and heavy equipment services are the largest of the two. Drain maintenance does all the cleaning and servicing of the public drainage system across the city. Heavy equipment services is a specialized group who provides assistance and services to other agencies, including heavy cleaning and heavy operations. Next slide. This is the stormwater fund balance trend. It shows that our revenues over our spend we are showing a positive fund balance trend in terms of our operational efficiencies, which is what you want, obviously, in terms of operations. There is no, next slide, please. As you can see, there's no major changes for staffing and personnel, no major program changes in FY17. So with that, I'll open it up. Like I say, it leaked in.
Is that it?
Yes, sir. I think that, like I said,
I thought you were
I'll
just
leave it for
breathing.
questions.
I see council members looking at a lot of things. Is anybody ready to ask anything about stormwater? Ms. Fully Love?
No.
Is it? She wants to know, is it dirty?
Be quiet.
You said it.
And no.
You said it.
No,
you
sir.
have the floor. Go ahead.
About the stormwater. Now, the recent developments that occurred with McKellar Lake and all, that doesn't have anything to do with our storm. That won't be reflected, will it?
No, sewer.
The sewer.
That's next.
That's
That's the
what
next
I wanted to ask. Thank you so
That's the
much.
next budget.
Thank you.
All right, Mr. Boyd.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So, Director Knapp, year over year, does your flood control pretty much remain in the balance about 7%?
Yes, sir. It's about averaging about that.
And what about your heavy equipment? Does it range about 22% yearly?
It's gone up. We added street sweeping a couple years ago when we merged code enforcement and
I
went to
think
community enhancement.
FY14, I noticed it was drastically lower.
Yes.
I was reviewing that.
We
and
added
it's
20
because-
street sweeper positions in those operations, so there was an increase from FY13 to FY14.
Okay, there was one other thing I noticed in FY15, that kind of, under your other expenditures, I noticed was 30%. What substantially changed, in that to increase that?
We've been taking on some debt in order to capitalize our operations, so we've taken out several loans to part of our operational costs. So we have incurred some debt. Our depreciation costs have gone up every year with our investments in capitalization. You have to depreciate those, so that's gone up. So those are some of the larger cost burdens.
So that's
that
the
have
reason
affected
why
that.
it went up from FY15 and 16?
Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you.
Any other council members?
Yes,
Councilman Jones, yes.
thank you. Ms. Connect, I think you were explaining questions that I have and the response that you had to my colleague here. I'm looking at page 8. So what I'm looking at is just the overall net increase of $4.3 million, the bridge analysis.
Okay, yes, sir. The net, or the increase is on the first page, and then that page. It's showing the 4.3 million increases?
Yes,
Okay.
yes. So can you help me understand that, the makeup of this 3.8?
Yeah, as I was saying, you have on this page, you have the increases in salaries with our right-of-way. We do some litter collection and that cost for the salaries of the personnel who do that. We had some benefits adjustments, so that was a $425,000 increase for personnel. Our M&S went up slightly. We do utilities and our other categories of $18,000. The biggest one, as I said, is transfer out and the depreciation. Our depreciation cost at 1.8 is a capitalized cost of our, every time we do construction projects and we do infrastructure and improvements, we capitalize it and depreciate it. So that's reflected here in that cost. And then our contribution to our fund balance to cover or any overages or surpluses we have in our use of funds.
Okay, and so that fund balance is, okay, so that 2 million accounts for the increase on slide number 6, is that correct?
Yes.
Okay, great, thank you.
Anyone else? I thought my question was gonna be on this one, it's actually gonna be on the, sewer fund, so it's not stormwater. All right, is there a second? All right, it's been moved and properly seconded, Councilman Boyd and Councilman Brown. Any other questions? Seeing none, all those in favor, please signify by saying aye. Aye. All those opposed, being the chair, the ayes have it, the stormwater fund has been approved. We will now go to our next one, which is, no, we got two more. Sewer and solid waste. My question would be solid waste, I'm sorry. So we'll go to the sewer fund. Solid waste for my question. Go ahead.
Yes, sir.
Sewer fund.
Again, this is the sewer funds. This is one of our enterprise funds. This is the public utility. All the funds in this group are solely used for the use of the sewer collection and treatment program. Next slide. This is an overview. It's a diverse operation. You have our 2 treatment plants, our lift stations, which have primarily used to transport and as part of our transportation of wastewater using pumps. We have our environmental inspections, environmental maintenance, the 2 groups who both inspect and maintain our sewer infrastructure, most of our right-of-ways. We have about 3,200 miles of sewers that we're responsible to maintain. Next slide. This kind of overview explains the details of the expense by category. So we have about $20 million in personnel, a little over $36 million in M&S, about $30 million in other, which again is our debt service payments, our in lieu of tax costs, and some of our state loan. We have a large depreciation, again, $14.5 million because of our capitalized cost, and then our capital outlay, where we purchase assets and equipment and vehicles for operations. Next slide, please. This explains the program level. Really, it's very busy. This kind of shows the operational costs for each of those service centers I mentioned before. Our treatment plants are one of our most costly operations because of utilities. It runs about $7 million a year just for the utilities of those operations alone. So that's one of the bigger costs. Next slide. There is no major staffing changes. We have addressing a need for increase in chemicals. We are going to be required to disinfect under our new permit as we discharge to the Mississippi River. And one of those compliance requirements will be disinfection. So we have to use chemicals in order to achieve that end as part of our processes. So that's going to cause an increase in our operating costs. So we're reflecting that here. There's no change in our rate structure. Our rate structure is going to remain the same. Same in the stormwater program. There's no rate change. So we are just basically addressing it through our current operating expense revenue. And with that, I'll open it up to questions.
I have a
All right.
question.
Yes, Ms.
I
Fuller-Love
should go
and Mr.
first
Jones and
by
Mr.
my
Boyd.
sewer question. All right, so you're gonna have to
Since you had one,
disinfect this. Now, how is that process done?
Well, currently, we don't disinfect. Okay, so we were evaluating a methodology as part of this decision because we have to make sure you have what's going to work best in this environment. So we looked at different options. And we've selected chemical treatment over ozone or UV, which is basically other 3 technologies. We used with the chemical disinfection because it was simply better because we have such industrial wastewater issues that it was a more efficient and effective way to achieve the end. And we could use it at both of our plants, so help keep our costs down as well. So.
Okay, so how do you do it? I mean, you run something through the pipes and they go into the water. Look, I'm asking a question because I don't know.
Go ahead.
Yes.
You still got one?
I'll explain to you, give you like a broad overview how we deal with wastewater.
Thank you.
Wastewater is, obviously, once it's flushed, most people don't care, but it's distributed through a network of pipes. And eventually, it ends up at one of our plants, north or south, depending on where you live. So once it enters the plant, it goes through a series of screens. You have these core screens and fine screens and grit chambers and all these other processes to get all the heavy materials and the bulky items out of there because it's basically a hindrance to the wastewater treatment process. So we get the big bulky items out of there and separate them so we can landfill them. Then the process goes into our clarifiers and whereby microbes, bacteria, and other items start working on the organic content. We supply oxygen and other processes to it to ensure that they can survive and do what we need them to do. And it kind of goes through various steps of this until it finally gets to a point where it's nearly where we want it to be. But we have to either chlorinate or disinfect it. We used to chlorinate, now we're going to disinfect it. So by disinfecting it, we're mixing another chemical with it, and it just sits and it activates in this process, and basically it's just in a contact chamber, like a big pump, where it has time to do what it needs to do, and then or it's going to be injected into a stream, and then it basically, once it goes through that process, it's ready to be discharged to the Mississippi River.
And you guys also burn it off as well, the extra gases.
So what he's talking about is a separate process. When microbes do their thing in this wastewater treatment, they produce biomass, which is a sludge, okay? And this sludge is a byproduct. And we reuse the sludge to help keep our process going efficiently, but over time you generate more sludge than you're going to use. So we waste it into our lagoons. And through our lagoons, which are these big areas that we've covered and uncovered, that process continues in a different way to help digest that material further. And eventually it becomes a solid material that we can either dispose of, or we could potentially, if we can get it classified as a Class A, we could sell it as a use material.
Mm-hmm.
But that takes time. You know, it takes years for that to happen, because you have to dry it and you have to go through all different steps. But it is we do that because it helps keep our costs down. Because if you did it any other way, it gets quite expensive to dispose of sludge. So we do have a very pretty detailed mechanisms in place, even though it's quite issues, because at some of the Southland you do hear complaints about odors. So we do we do what we can by covering them to manage the methane and the hydrogen sulfide smells that are produced by the biological processes of wastewater degradation and consumption.
Now,
Less than 2 minutes.
what?
I said you still have the floor.
Oh, thank you. Now, when we're talking about the recent events of Cypress Creek or non-con, what do we call it, or Kelly Lake, anyway, all of that, did you have to go through a disinfecting cycle? I mean, did you have to do anything to the water? I guess you didn't. What did you have to do?
So we're in the process of actually discussing that with the state.
Oh, okay.
Now, nature has done a lot of it itself, again, because those microbes that we use in our process exist in nature naturally.
Okay.
So what we're talking about doing is finding a way to help that process. So we're looking at putting more oxygen in the water, because the low oxygen content was what caused some of the fish kill. So we're looking at ways to address the discharge of wastewater into Kelly. Now, a lot of it's gotten better. The E. coli numbers have come way down, and we've actually reopened part of the lake because it's back to what they call pre-impacted state.
Mm-hmm.
So all but a section of it are still showing a higher elevated E. coli, which is a bacteria that they look at that shows basically impacts due to waste. It can be all different sources. E. coli happens naturally from animals. So, you know, there's just one of those things that they test for, because they want the level to be at a certain point before they think it's safe for recreational users.
Okay.
So we are looking at ways to do remediation of the water to help return it to a pre-impacted state. A lot of that's going to take a little bit of time, and we're going to be probably doing stuff that hasn't been done before to help achieve that.
That wasn't discussed in the Jenna Fund, was it? Oh, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Mr. Jones, Mr. Boyd.
Go to Mr. Boyd.
All right, defer, Mr. Boyd.
Prepared, I have just put a cracker in my mouth. Thank you, Mr. Jones. Excuse me. Mr. Connect, I was looking on your sewer fund expenditure budget, and you had other over $43 million, 41%. Can you explain some of the items that would be inclusive in the other line?
Okay, so in that other, you have our interest expense on our debt service and state loans. We have in lieu of tax and dividend payments to the general fund and our contribution to the fund balance. The contribution to the fund balance is about $19 million of that, which is so it's over 50%. So when we use the money that we don't expend, it goes into our fund balance because we're using it to spend on our sewer projects, our CIP sewer projects.
Okay.
So that reserve grows. That's because we're spending about $250 million under the consent decree over the next 10 years. And we have $130 million plan improvements we plan to spend. So we use that sewer cash, the sewer reserve fund, plus the state loan that we have to fund that.
Okay, under your inspections, are these annual inspections, that you spend 7% on?
Yes.
And who are the typical vendors that provide, are they done in-house? All in-house inspections?
We
Okay.
do supplement with some contractors when we do have a need, but we have a group of inspectors, that's all they do.
Okay. All right, thank you, Mr. Chair.
Any other questions? Is there a motion? You got one more follow-up? No, you didn't.
Yeah,
You
yeah.
deferred. Go ahead. You got 4 or 5.
Thank you. Ms. Connect, further looking at that 41% interest expense, or that 43 million, what's the amount of these state loans? How much are we borrowing?
We have been authorized up to $125 million from the state of Tennessee to use for our operations. It's a 0.75% interest loan, I think is what it is. It's very low. So it's offered through the state revolving fund. We've entered into an agreement to do that. So that's the loan that we would be using when we don't use our sewer cash as part of our capital improvement projects.
Okay, and so how much of that loan have we actually used?
So we've actually requested the first $25 million. That resolution just went through, was approved by council, I think, 2 weeks ago. So that's the first loan that we're going to be taking this coming fiscal year. So that's the first of the amount we have accepted we're going to accept from the state. The rest of it is basically at our disposal. The state doesn't want to just give us all that on the front end. They want to show that we can use it and spend it in an efficient manner. Otherwise, it reduces their capacity for use elsewhere if they don't see us using it more as efficiently and effectively as they would like.
Okay. Now I'm looking at page 8. So we're showing for fiscal year 2016, we're showing a sewer fund balance of $367 million.
That's our total, that's for the value of everything that we have. The fund balance doesn't always show cash. Our cash is about $73 million in FY16. That's sewer cash. The rest of it is the value of equipment, the plants, all the other things are contributed to that, what in the fund balance. It's more than just money in the bank.
Oh, okay. Well, when I hear fund balance, I think about a bank account balance. So if we could, it would be easier for us to understand if we had sort of like a cash equivalent figure plus fixed assets. I would consider, equipment, heavy equipment, fixed assets, because my next question was going to be, why are we borrowing, even if it is at a low interest rate, 0.75%, when we have $367 million? But based upon your response, we don't have 367. So what would be helpful for me in all of these is if we could provide a cash balance for stormwater, for sewer, for just a general fund, because when I hear fund balance, I think that's what we have available from a cash standpoint.
Yeah, we have independent audits every year of the stormwater and sewer fund, so we can provide those. Banks, Finley, White, do one. And they provide a balance sheet, as you're saying, for our performance. Mm-hmm. So we can make that available to you, sir. You can see our audited information in terms of our financials.
Okay, and then I'm looking at page 13. The 406,675 expense recovery personnel. Can you expound on that, please?
Which one is expense recovery personnel? Okay.
Yes.
So whenever we're charged for things that happen, like the street maintenance does repairs to the streets. When we make a sewer cut, they bill for that service. They have to pay for it, just like anybody would, because it's not a sewer-funded operation, it's general funded. So all of my funds have expense recoveries for personnel and for M&S, because we have to count for every dollar. It has to be used for the intent purpose for which it's used. So that's the mechanism we use that for.
Okay, thank you. And then my last question is on page 15, cost allocation, general fund, 1.075. And it stood out because I didn't see it in the previous years.
Sorry.
50 or 61 million.
Yeah.
1.875. Number.
Far right.
Yep.
General.
Yep, right there.
Okay, cost allocation to the general funds. We pay for services that are provided to the, okay, so the general fund provides us with legal advice, the HR, assistance, the finance assistance, those are general funded costs. We pay for that service.
Thank you.
All right, any other questions? Seeing none, do we have a motion? Move.
Second.
Been moved and properly seconded, council members aboard and fully love. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, please ensure the ayes have it. That's the sewer fund. That item passes. No amendments. Which takes us to the last public works item, which is solid waste.
Are you ready, sir?
Yes.
So the final budget you'll hear today is our solid waste fund, which, as I spoke to, is a special revenue fund. Special revenue means that it could be subsidized by the general fund, but it has not needed to be subsidized in many years because it has been operating on its own revenues that's generated. Now, we have had some budget issues and budget challenges. This is why about 4 months ago we came before and recommended a solid waste improvement plan, whereby we are basically making some changes, and I can discuss that in greater detail as we move forward. The next slide discusses the operation of solid waste. You have collections, disposal, recycling, and support. The collections is obviously the crews who go out and do the services at the carts and the trash. Disposal is where we go to the transfer stations. And when we take it to the transfer station, in order to be more efficient in handling solid waste, we use those transfer stations to load bigger containers so that the crews can go back out to the field more efficiently whenever possible in handling our routes. Recycling, as you can imagine, is one of our main initiatives. We plan to grow that significantly in the upcoming year with the issuing of another 90 to 105,000 single stream carts. Next slide. Next slide. Expenditures by category. As you see, personnel is 46% of our cost. The rest of it is breaking down. The M&S is 22%. Our service charges is 26%. Our debt service is $3 million, and our capital outlay is $500,000. Next slide. Our collections from the expenditure side is the largest portion. It's 73% of our budget. Disposal is 18%, and the rest are smaller portions of 6 for administration, 2 for recycling, and 1 for support services. Our revenue budget, because this is a special revenue fund, we do show it. You can see that most of our 94% of our revenues are solid waste fees. We also generate funds from our inspection fees and a miscellaneous income. And then we have a contribution from our fund balance. Now that would be money that we're taking from our fund balance to offset our costs, because we're not taking more revenues in to fund our operations. So we're taking money from our fund to ensure we have enough funding to operate. The next slide. This kind of shows the trend in our fund balance. One of the main reasons we've embarked on the solid waste improvement plan was we were spending more than we were taking in. And so we had to address that, because back in 2013, we lowered the solid waste fee from $25.05 to $22.80. In order to sustain that, we've had to make modifications in our service delivery model, which is one of the key issues that we've done in our improvement plan to address that. You can also see the source of all our revenues. Our disposal fees, with the $22.80 we talked about. We get inspection fees. We get revenues from other sources as well, as I spoke to. And you can see our fund balance is projected to be about $13 million in FY17. Next slide. The biggest change is going to be the reduction in staffing. We're eliminating 100 funded vacancies in this operation in order to address the operational need. Because as you know, as you mentioned, personnel is our largest cost. All of our disposal and our handling of fees are basically fixed costs, so we have to make improvements where we can. So we've done that with restructuring and making ourselves as efficient as possible with our existing personnel. So you see that that's going to result in a net savings of $2.25 million to offset the $5 million total difference that we needed, but with we factor in the transfer from the fund balance, that gets the difference. Again, one of our major initiatives is single stream recycling that we plan to push out this year, an 80,000 minimum over the next year. We believe overall that'll help reduce our disposal costs and help also save us money. Commodity prices are very low right now, which means that whenever we take our materials recycling facilities, there's not a lot of value right now. The markets and overseas, China has really forced commodity markets way down. So metals and plastics are not worth as much as they used to be a couple of years ago. So that's really not much, there's no money being generated. That's just the savings we can get from diversion. And with that, I'll open it up to questions.
Council members Boyd and anyone else? Boyd.
Thank you. Director, looking at the reduction in complement, what's your total complement right now in the sanitation department?
It was 615.
It was 615, so now it's down to 515?
Yes, sir.
And how many part-time employees do you currently use in sanitation?
We're budgeted for, we still use part-timers. We have a budget for about 130 positions based on the average salary. It varies 120 to 130. We still use those and because we're still tweaking our improvement plan, so we're still dependent on them to assist in collections until we can get our improvement plan spread out across all 4 areas. So we're just phasing it in. Until we've done that, we're gonna have this hybrid. But eventually, we're gonna be reducing that number significantly because we don't need those positions because we should be running more efficiently with our full-time staff.
So based on the workload that you guys currently have, 515 full-time employees can handle, plus the part-time employees that you have can handle the workload?
Over the next couple of years, we're going to be reducing that number further. Ideally, I think the number was 420, 415 was the ideal number that the consultant everybody came up with. So we're going to make that number over years through attrition and reductions in personnel through reductions of temporaries as we don't need them anymore. So we are going to continue this path to make sure that we reach a point, unless we're going to change our fees, so we can achieve the revenue and operational costs that we need to balance our budget.
So based on that, is that the transition that you guys, or the route you guys are taking? Because I know that some areas actually are being serviced by an outside company. So are you guys transitioning, saying based on the fee, we can no longer afford to have a sanitation department? So by attrition throughout several years, eventually we'll be out of the sanitation business and keep outsourcing as we go? I'm just asking a question. I'm just trying to find a law. I know what the consultant said, but I'm trying to find out what our overall plan and strategy is.
My plan is to keep using city crews to provide services. That's the preferred method.
So why do we have so many outsourced companies helping out?
We only have, Inland provides services to 37,000 customers in the eastern part of the city. That's been that way for a number of years. When we expanded into those areas and annexed them, it was just an opportunity to manage that additional routes quickly and efficiently. You know, we do try to balance the cost of our services and what the contractor cost is. There's a difference. So we, you know, we try to be competitive with our own crews. Sometimes we're not as competitive as we'd like. That's why we're doing this efficiencies to get us to be more competitive so that we can keep our fees and our costs down.
So based on where Inland is currently picking up garbage in the eastern part of the city, so Inland primarily will continue to service that area?
Yes, sir.
So you have no intentions on putting the city crews there?
It would take some time.
I'm going back because you said 515 full-time employees can handle what we currently have, but it sounded like it was more coverage area that they could handle. I'm just trying to follow your logic.
But without getting too deep into it, the contractor's cost of services are lower than ours.
Right.
So I would have to, I couldn't do it as effect. I could not, and currently, until we make ourselves more efficient, I can't provide that service at the cost that right now we just can't do it. It would be more costly for us to do it, to take over those 37,000 stops until we get more efficient.
Okay, and you keep saying efficient. What's your definition of efficient? Are you reducing the amount of employees on trucks? Are you going to automated trucks? What's the route of efficiency?
The issue that we're doing is we're trying to make our crews work more throughout the day. Right now, many crews can get off at 12 o'clock and get paid for 8 hours because of the way that we are structured and the historical aspects of our operation. So to be more efficient, the use of that word, we're gonna build crews together. We're gonna pull trash and garbage together to help, and then we're gonna have 3-man crews. So we're hoping to make the routes a little longer and make them work a little longer day to make sure we can capture as much as we can without using 2 trucks. So by eliminating a truck and by merging operations and making them work a full day or more, longer days, we can actually get to where we need to be.
And one more question. Whatever happened to the overall automated trucks that you guys at one point explored on using? Was that not a success?
It's complicated. Automated collection trucks work in some areas. A lot of times we don't have the street configurations that we need to make them as successful and use them across the board. That's why we've gone to the rear packer, rear flippers. Especially we have a lot of trash, so our trucks are multi-purpose too. So it's when you work with your union partners in selecting equipment and how you manage, you have done it as a collaborative effort. So that's been one of our partnerships, is to share in that decision making to try to provide services. There's been some interest in using one-arm collection units, the single-arm, automated collection trucks, but we haven't worked that out yet.
Okay, thank you, Howard.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Didn't you also, Director, tell me that you had contracted with some MWBEs to be used in emergency situations when there weren't enough people to pick up wherever you need to pick up?
We executed several contracts, most of them were with MWEs, to help supplement us when we have what we call storms, when we have storms or excessive amounts of debris at the curb that would prohibit us from using our internal crews without doing it on an overtime basis. If we do it on overtime, obviously our cost to do that gets very high, and often we don't always have enough personnel to do it overtime, so we don't want citizens to get mad and frustrated with us when debris sits at the curb for longer periods of time than we would like. So we would, in certain circumstances, if we can't do it with our crews, use an outside contractor to supplement our workforce because they can do it cheaper than we can.
Well, this seems to be by design that the sanitation department is becoming smaller and smaller and smaller and smaller. I don't know if your department was giving a directive to do that, but it just appears. And I think I expressed my concerns to you that we were heading towards privatization. And I think you assured me that that was not the case. But when I sit up and I hear you now, you're saying you're moving towards getting rid of part-timers and that the full-timers can get all of the work done. Let me ask you, do you still have 70 and 80-year-old people working that have been working for 30, 40-some years in sanitation?
We have a couple, yes, ma'am. There's only a few, but we'd have a few who are long-term employees, like Mr. Nickelberry, who's been with the city 53 years. But it's a very, very rare number. But we have like about five or six who are senior employees, like who have a lot of time with the city.
Are they full of part-time?
Oh, they're all full-time. I don't believe we have any permanent part-timers in that.
They're on full-time. And so, And you know they can't keep working like they don't fall dead like one of them did before. And I mean, and you know what? I don't know how you all think about that, but when I think about that, I'm not worried about what people outside the city think, but when you have your employees that die on the job because they don't make enough money to go home and retire, I mean, that is just so sad. I know I'm getting off on something entirely different, but I just hate to think that the city is slowly inching towards getting away from the sanitation business altogether. I just hate to think that, and you subcontract out, you have a few people, you don't have 5 people left. Well, yeah, this is sanitation department. That's, I'm just, go ahead, Mr. Connect, of course.
Yeah, obviously, we don't, employees have obviously challenges because a lot of those employees in that group opted out of the pension many years ago, okay? For whatever reason, without getting the history of it, they opted out.
Mr. Connect, wait a minute.
Let
me say this first, because I don't want anybody sitting in here thinking that they just opted out of the pension. They were given incorrect information. And I think we know it was a time in the history of this city where these black folk were given incorrect information. And they went with that. Now, with that, Mr. Kennedy.
For whatever reason, whatever, they opted out, okay? So we have been trying to fund a supplemental retirement, but the way to do that is to generate savings and to get savings where we can have money to give bonuses, to fund retirements for employees. We have to generate, excess funds. We have to have a surplus. We haven't had a surplus. We're not to that point yet because our costs to provide services are still high. And until we can get, like I mentioned before, get our crews and our collection crews, and I would much rather do it internally. I'd much rather keep it under our control so we can control the level of services and bring more in-house hopefully someday. Until we can get to that point though, I can't do it without raising fees. There's no way of doing that. And I can't go to the citizens and say, I want to raise your fees without really doing all we can to make ourselves be more efficient.
Thank you, I'm through.
Okay. Any other questions?
Thank you, Director.
Mr. Jones.
Thank you. Page 5, debt service $3 million.
Sir.
Can you expound on that, please?
So we have several loans that we've taken out for trucks. We have about we had 2 truck loans from 2005. We've taken out a loan for some heavy equipment, and then our carts. We've taken out a loan from Bank of America to purchase recycling carts, in addition to the zero interest loan we have from the closed loop fund. But we did, because we didn't think we were going to get enough of that funding soon enough to take a loan. So that's what that cost is in terms of our debt service payments.
Okay. So what, if we look at our total outstanding debt for solid waste, what would that total be?
Oh, let's see, we're in the last year of the 2011 truck payments. We have 4 years of the other one, so we had to estimate what, $70, $80 million probably. I'm just guessing.
For outstanding debt service?
Yeah, total debt we've incurred. The trucks was.
Probably close to $5 million in outstanding debt, if you.
No, but the trucks was 5 years, 4 years left on the 2015, so.
I'd have to.
No, it's not 50 million, you're right. It's probably closer to about.
It's 5 to 7 million.
About 7 to 10, I'm sorry, I'm thinking of the other fund. I'm sorry, so yeah, we're talking about $10 million probably.
Okay, so, Ms. Fuller,
Yes.
this is what I'm asking here is about the debt service. As we're talking about, and if you would, look at our revenue sources. So if you go to page 7.
Page 7.
We don't solid waste. So,
Page 7.
I know our history with sanitation department, but I see this debt service, that's just like saying, if we look at our individual personal budgets, hey, if you eliminate your credit card debt, then you ain't gotta go into your savings account, which is the equivalent of going into the general fund money in order to do so. So when we talk about efficiencies, and I know from time to time you do have borrowing requirements and borrowing needs to look at that. What I'm also trying to do is determine, a good number of us were not on the council when the reductions took place. But when we talk about the fee reduction from 2505 to 2280, can you give us a little history and background on that?
Yeah, so council was curiously looking at our operations. And, you know, that one of the, several things they were looking at was the fund balance we had, okay? And at the time of 2013, it was probably $25 million of funds that we had sitting there. So realizing that there was a high number of revenue in there, decided to reduce the cost to citizens, the service cost, and expected us to kind of go through some of that and then try to balance it out based on a lot of things we've already talked about. There was just seeing that we could create more efficiencies, and that was the expectation. And then potentially we could come back at a time if we couldn't, and then discuss the fee structure. But we've been working for a while now to balance that revenue and operational cost through these things we've talked about.
And so when we look at the fund balance now, and looking at that same slide, page 8, does this include fixed assets as well? Like you said, that the other funds, when we talk about fund balance, it's not just cash?
So the special revenue fund is different than the enterprise funds. This is its overall fund balance, everything. That's total fund balance of capitalized equipment, assets, everything. So it's not categorized the same way because it's not an enterprise fund. Some of the earlier debt taken on by the solid waste fund was done in the name of the general fund. A lot of the facilities and stuff were general funded. But as I mentioned, about 10 years ago, we transitioned away from general fund subsidization to operational costs based on our fee structures. So we have moved away from where the general fund was obligated to pay the cost, because at one point, your general fund paid for all your solid waste services. It was part of your there was some fees, but it was all part of the tax base. But that's obviously changed.
How long ago was that?
Oh, wow. 2 minutes.
It's been a long time. I'd have to go back and check the records, but it's been probably 20 years.
Okay. Because what I'm still looking at, when we talk about, and I know that, I wasn't on the council when a lot of these discussions were taking place, but when I look at, and I haven't been looking at it long enough to provide a comparison between other budgets, but prior to coming into this, I just thought that there was a serious deficit as far as when we were talking about outsourcing the entire sanitation department. It's bleeding money. That was the impression that I got from the outside. But when I look at, we are bringing in revenues of $59 million, but our personnel costs are only 27. You know, especially the group of people, the personnel that we're talking about. I was expecting personnel costs to be a much more substantial part of what our operations are, versus if we're saying, looking at this, it's not even 50% of it. So, like I said, I hadn't looked at other ones, but this is my first time looking at this. So, going forward, I'm saying to my colleagues, when you have, and like I said, I'm making this statement in a vacuum. Before we talk about cutting sanitation workers and efficiencies there, we have, and I know that there are greater fixed costs, but it's not like in some budgets where personnel costs are 80% of it.
Right.
So don't come to me with, hey, we couldn't sanitation department because we're bleeding money. Based upon, like I said, I hadn't compared it to other departments, but I just don't see what was being portrayed in the media before I was on this council about this particular department losing money and the need to cut sanitation workers. I just don't see it here. Now, looking at,
We have
yes, sir.
reduced our complement 150%. positions in the last couple of years, so we have substantially reduced our personnel costs, just FYI.
Okay.
Over the past couple of years, we're talking 150 vacancies that we've eliminated.
Okay. Looking at this increase of salaries, part-time, temporary, we're talking almost 500,000. How many people does that include?
As I estimated, it's about $15,000 a year for a permanent part-timer at 28 hours a week. So it's about 130 that budget would allow us to have to use.
Okay. And then looking at that slide again, does that benefit adjustment, Medicare and Social Security benefits, that is just those temporary and part-time?
No, so they're not eligible for benefits. That's for full-time employee adjustments.
Oh, okay. But it says benefits part-time staff, Medicare and Social Security.
For some reason. I think that's a typo. I apologize. You must have overlooked that. Yeah, the part-time employees don't eligible for benefits. So I don't know why. That's a typo. I apologize.
Okay. So if that's a typo, will we still have benefits adjustments of 600,000 from an increase standpoint?
This is an increase.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, benefits adjustment is 601,000. It's just an overall category. It does not have a breakdown. I have to get more information about that and bring it to you. There's one. I don't have any details beyond that.
If you would, please, can I borrow some
You
time
can
for
have
somebody?
1 minute from me.
Okay,
'cause
thank
I
you.
got questions.
Page 15, please. And I know that some of this, well, pretty much all of this precedes my time on the council. I'm looking at a $2.7 million increase in city shop charges. Why such a big jump? What accounted for the big increase that year? There it is on the slide there.
Reports.
You look at, there it is on the screen.
Oh.
From 4 to 6.7.
Yeah, I'm looking at my graph.
Okay.
Yeah, that was year to date before. We are actually adjusting our city shop charges by only $29,000 from 16 to 17. So that's another year. I don't.
Right. Yeah. I get that, but
Okay, that's year to date. That was only year to date. I'm sorry. That was not total. That was only for 9 months. But our budget request is for 17 was 6.7, and it was 6.7 in 16.
okay, year to date. Okay, thank you. That's my last
Headers
question.
fell off that
Gotcha.
day.
Okay,
Made it hard
thank
to
you.
read.
And,
Thank you, Mr. Jones.
Thanks for your time, sir.
the answer to the question about the other question, I'm sorry, was what?
For some reason,
This
when
is
we.
Philip Davis.
Phil Davis, Deputy Director Solid Waste. For some reason, when we, I guess, for simplicity, but not really, we included in the part-time salaries, we lumped in the increases in Social Security and Medicare costs in that one line. The part-time employees aren't eligible for Social Security and Medicare, but as the numbers were, I guess, small relative to the overall budget, we lumped those numbers together.
Okay. Yeah, that's what threw me off when I saw part-time
So,
and
and
then
I-
Medicare and Social Security.
And I apologize about
Okay,
that, because
thank
that
you.
is confusing.
Any other questions? I'll try to condense mine. Andrew, can you go, I think it's at the bottom of yours, page 20? Keep going, yeah, stay inside. Okay, I'm sorry. Go to 23. All right. I saw the mission statement. I just got to ask this question because we talked about 4 different pools of money regarding this division. Looking at your mission statement, when you're talking about courteous collection of transport of solid waste and recyclables, and employees using best practice in customer service, et cetera, et cetera. Is there any way possible, now I know code enforcement is funded out of the general fund, and I know solid waste is funded out of this fund. Is there any possible way in the near future that solid waste and code enforcement can work collaboratively on something that we all want to tackle at this table? It's called blight. And if so, can we see some of those initiatives and goals clearly defined as we go forward? I know it's two different pools of money, but can we? Yeah.
Well, we would have to assess the way the ordinance is written. And the interpretation probably would lend itself to the solid waste is strictly, the funds are supposed to be for the collection of garbage and trash, the residential garbage and trash, and commercial garbage and trash, thereby elects to our services. We are looking at the ordinance itself, because we want to do some revisions. I would actually like to transition the solid waste fund to an enterprise fund. I don't think it needs to be a special revenue fund, so I'd like to look at that in the coming year and discuss that. So that would entail some adjustments to the ordinance. So that might lend itself to such an opportunity, but without further assessment of the way the ordinance is written, I don't know if we could say that those funds are that flexible.
Okay. Going to there's another slide I'm looking for. Keep going. Yeah. No. Keep going. Stop. That one right here about the reduction in complement. You say you went from 615 to 515. This may sound picky, but depending on how small or big your division is, one FTE being off is significant. The book says 516, that says 515. Which one's correct and which one do I need to
It should be 515.
So this is wrong?
Yes.
So there's one person on here that doesn't exist. Do we know? I don't want you to have to go through all 516, but can you let us know offline which one of these individuals in the complement does not exist?
We'll get you a breakdown.
So it was always 516. You didn't lose one to another division. So I might have to ask that position later down the road, some numbers that don't look right. And then the last thing is this is just general information for everybody. When you look at personnel cost only, and I wish Mr. Jones was here to hear this, but you got the sewer fund, 330 employees, stormwater, 176, general fund with public works, 209, and solid waste, 515, according to the administration. You have 1,230 employees netting personnel cost of $762,875. Mr. Jones mentioned some information about whether this money is being used. So just to give this council some other information, I don't have the information for stormwater, general fund, and solid waste on how much they've spent on their personnel, but I hope that the public works personnel is not a reflection of the other three pots of money, because looking at the third quarter, personnel services, you haven't used 60% of your, you haven't used 40% of your money yet. It says 58% with about $4.2 million left over. So hopefully those other three pots of money are not reflections of the other, to where if there is money left over, we shouldn't have any issues. It's right here. Yeah. So just for future reference, because we'll have more budgets to come, and if I see a trend or anybody else sees a trend, let's we have to do accordingly. Is there a motion?
Move it.
And it's been seconded by Mr. Boyd. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, pin the chair, the ayes have it. That item passes. Thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, it's 5:20. There is no break on here. However, I'll go with the will of the body. We have finance twice, but I want to keep going.
10 minutes.
I want to vote chair and privilege. What y'all want to do? Let me just let y'all know what we got. We got finance, Black Business Association, our budget, libraries, executive
Yeah,
matters.
let's take a break.
All right, I tell you what.
Hey, my brother.
It's usually 15. I'm going to invoke privilege and say we'll be back at 5:30.
I'm just getting.
We have a break.
You didn't have to go see him.
No. Leave that, Chip. Let's see if we can modify that. And we need one, there's a few others, so let's go ahead and
Huh?
We're waiting for our city council administrator. We have our chairman here.
Is that all we need?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
We're gonna do the council budget next, Joe.
That made me nervous, man. Thank you, Joe. Sorry about that, man. I'm glad it wasn't that tomato juice.
Take you a couple of
You know we still be, I know. So for my, thank you, I'll finish up.
We will start in 1 minute, y'all.
Sorry about that, Alan.
No, don't worry about it. I just wish I could have saved more for you, Joe.
I'm still rationing that because you know how to eat some food up here.
30 seconds.
Just say I was wrong, sorry. Let's have some fun. I'm ready.
All right. These budget hearings are now reconvened. We will go slightly out of order. Our chairman has to get out of here, so we will try to be quick. So we're going to go to the city council budget. We have our chairman. We also have the city council administrator, Ms. Juanez Keplinger, and we will go ahead and start.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Yes, sir.
We can just go ahead and go to page 4 just quickly. Obviously, our budget's one of the smallest in city government. Maybe the smallest, I don't know. But we've got about $1.4 million in personnel services, which is 90%, 89% of our budget, and then $177,000, about 11% in M&S. Just quickly on page 5, obviously the election from 2015 resulted in a lot of changes. We have 6 new fantastic council members, and we also had to replace 3 staff members, and we did that with some pretty talented people. Obviously Brooke Hyman, law degree from UT Knoxville, master's in public administration, doing a lot of work with Attorney Wade. Andrew Matthews, Phi Beta Kappa at UVA, and US valedictorian, has done a wonderful job. And of course, Trudy Pope, who's a long-term veteran of city government, just does a great job with that. So I think the council staff, ever since I've been here, it's been great, but I think we've got just the best staff we ever had in the council. I've been talking to a lot of y'all, and I think everybody's very, very pleased with their staff members. So a lot of change last year, and just excited about the team that we have. If you look at page 6, we've got just a bridge analysis. Basically, the overall budget's up by just under 4%, 3.8%. Most of that is just from some things in salaries that had to do with some of the raises. Some of that was driven by the Fair Labor Standards Act that we had to put in place for exempt employees. And there were some also benefit adjustments that came along with that. And then you'll see the M&S budget we're proposing decreased by about $19,000, which is about a 10% decrease from last year. Page 7 is just the trend report, so you can see how we compared to past years. Basically right about in line with where we were in 2015, a little bit more than 16. And same on page 8. A couple of increases I just want to point out on page 8 because of some things going on legally with the annexation, which we expect to come back. Some of the things with over the park, we want to increase our legal contingency from $75,000 to $90,000. So that's really kind of the most meaningful change there. On page 10, personnel is the same, in line with 2016. That includes council members and staff. And then on page 11, you can see the percentages for material and supplies. You can see almost half of them are the legal contingency line item, just over that. And just to close, I don't know that the council's really ever had any MWBE goals or really focused on that. Ms. Keplinger and I talked about that. It's something that we're committed to. We obviously, you can see by the budget, we don't spend a lot of money, but from a proportional standpoint, we want to make sure that we are doing that with MWBEs, materials and supplies and things like that. Office products is an area where we can make some headway there, and that's something that Ms. Keplinger and I are going to be working on this year, and we'll make sure we report back to the council on it.
That I conclude my presentation.
Council members, Mr. Boyd and Mr. Bryan.
Go ahead. First thing I will,
He's yielded to you.
yeah, thank you. I noticed that you, at M&S, I don't know where we're gonna put this food, this lunch from council days. But I noticed that you had a $19,000 budget. Am I correct? Well, let me just say this. Sure. We're gonna have to add in.
Decrease.
Huh?
$19,000.
Decrease.
Yes.
What line item are you on, Councilman Brown?
Well, actually, I heard you say it, but it's a $19,000 decrease.
In M&S, right.
M&S, material and supplies. But the thing is that we wanna add, I want to put a motion on the floor to add the lunches on council days. Because it does not make any sense for you to leave and come back. Yeah, I got $1. I'm gonna go back to the old dollar amount. I think, I won't be spending those council days. I give it to you. I think it was about, a yearly, it
Well,
came
that's
up.
what no, you wanna
Would you
ask
know
what
what
it
it
is?
was yearly the last time, last year?
Yeah, so on page 8, Councilman Brown, you can see in 2013 and 14, we spent between $7,000 and $8,000 on that.
Every council day?
Well, no, that was a total.
Okay, well, I thought maybe we were going to folks Friday. I didn't know.
I think a lot of Memphians think.
Yeah.
That's what Jenny DePrizio said.
That's what Jenny DePrizio said. We was out in Folks Valley having steaks and Chateaubriands and all that. It ain't Chicago, is it? No, but what I'm saying is that basically, I like to put that revenue, amend the budget, amend your budget, amend the council's budget, because it's not your budget, it's the council's budget. And the thing is that we should put lunches back in there. What was about? What you say, Warren asked? What was it? How much was it? 8,000. 8,000 a year. Not bad at all.
What number you want to do?
I want to put 8,000 back in
All
for
right.
lunch.
There's a motion for $8,000 to be added to the council budget for that purpose. It's been seconded. Discussion on this item. Mr. Conrad.
Good. I would ask my colleagues to vote against this. If you want to be on the front page of the paper tomorrow.
I want to.
Or on the
What
news,
paper?
voting for this and having the council, when we've got millions of dollars to fill a bucket on pension and OPEB, but we want the taxpayers to pay for our lunch, then vote for this. This is what we've done this year. When was the last time you had to go out and get lunch? We've tried to be creative. We've gone on field trips. We've gone to the Brooks. We were at Crosstown today. We've been to other places to try to learn about the city. Councilman Robinson and myself have been working to get places to donate lunch. So I don't think there have been many times when you've had to do that. And so I'm going to vote against this, and I would ask my colleagues to, because it makes us look really bad. It's not a lot of money with a $650 million budget, but this symbolic vote, especially those that are running for re-election, I would highly advise you not vote for this amendment. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
On this motion, Mr. Corbett.
Let the record reflect, I agree with the chairman on this. I think it just sends the wrong signal. Thank you.
Anyone else on this motion?
You know, I'm indifferent because the simple fact that when you go over to the across the street county side, when you look at the first part of their meeting, you have a guy behind a little grill cooking them omelets made to order. Then for lunch, you have somebody come in and do something specific for lunch. And they have enough food not only for the commissioners, but for those who's visiting. So I think, you know, it's always highlighted what we do over here, more so than what they do across the street. But I mean, I think Mr. Chairman can tell you how much they have in their line item as it pertains to their commission budget versus what we spend.
For informational purposes, the county commission has $60,000 in travel and $20,000 in hospitality, which includes their food. So that's a total of $80,000. Just for informational purposes, you got and 60 and 20.
So I rest my case.
$60,000 to $80,000.
Yes, ma'am. I asked
Oh
that.
my! And they set our salary.
Who else would like to speak on this motion? Mr. Morton.
So the $8,000 for lunches across 24 meetings with 23 of us, that adds up or divides down to being about $14.50 per person per lunch. I don't think it's an outrageous number, but I agree that it's also not worth the symbolic of this vote, where we ask firefighters and other employees who can't leave their jobs to provide lunch for themselves, whether they bring it in and prepare it there, or have it delivered to them, and I put us in the same boat as them at the moment, especially for 24 meetings a year, so I'm gonna vote against this rate.
Anyone else like to speak on this? New council members, we've heard from the city, we have a couple new council members. All right, the motion on the floor is to add $8,000 as a line item. All those, I think we might need to do a roll call. Yeah, so we'll do a roll call, Sophia, whenever you're ready.
Start with me.
Yes, yes. I know that Mr. Boyd comes from, Councilman Boyd comes from me, but I'm.
Well, while she's setting that up.
Yes.
Oh, you ready? Go ahead.
Councilman Boyd.
Yes.
No.
Councilman
Yes.
Councilwoman Jones.
Aye.
Councilman Morgan.
No.
Councilman Spinoza.
No.
Councilwoman Swearingen.
Yes.
Chairman Ford.
So the chairman voted aye, that amendment passes. You still have the floor unless you got another, motion, or are you done?
That was a motion.
No, do you have anything else? You have the floor.
No, that's it.
That's
Fine.
it?
Nope. We got travel still in the budget, am I correct? But it's only $10,000. But basically, we need to raise that $5,000.
I'm giving you the floor if you
Oh,
want to
no.
make any more
Yeah,
amendments.
let me
or you
just say
done?
this. Maybe somebody else wants to speak.
Okay.
That's my motion.
Wait for somebody else to speak?
No. The travel. Who's on the travel? What's
I'm
travel?
gonna travel.
What was it on?
It's at 15.
15. If the county got 20, we gonna have 20. Although we may-
60.
60.
60.
Well, take out, I'll put a motion on the floor to change the travel to 20,000.
Second.
It's been moved and properly seconded on this item. Mr. Jones, you have the floor.
Yes, I would make a motion to
Increase it to 65,000 total.
and this is based upon $5,000. That's what we had as a school board.
Thank you.
Now, the thing about, as a school board member, we went to the Council of Great City Schools and the National School Boards Association. We do not operate in a vacuum. The Memphis City Schools Foundation was birthed based upon our attending the National School Boards Association. And so there are things that other cities are doing that if we remain here in our vacuums, in our silos, we never know what the best practices are at other cities. And so I don't know what conventions that there are or what organizations that, of which we would be a part of, but this 5,000, that 65,000 is $5,000 per council member.
So you accept that?
And
I accept that.
you don't have to use it.
I accept that as a.
You don't have to use it. And so that would be my friendly amendment, 65,000, which is $5,000. $5,000 per council member.
I will accept.
All right, 65,000 is the new number for travel. Any discussion on this particular item? Seeing none, I guess we'll go to another roll call vote. It's typing real fast back there, as y'all can see.
Councilman Boyd. Councilman Brown.
Yes.
Councilman Corbett.
No.
Councilman Conrad.
No.
Councilwoman Sutherland.
Yes.
Councilman Jones.
Aye.
Councilman Morgan.
Yes.
Councilman Spinoza.
No.
Councilwoman Swearingen.
Yes.
Chairman Ford.
So the chairman voting aye, that is 7-3. Can we verify that?
Thank you.
That amendment passes. You have the floor again if you have another amendment.
No, that's it for me.
He passes. Mr. Jones.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I don't know what the amount would be, but one of the other things that we had an electronic agenda. It was called e-agenda. I think it's something that the school board uses now called board docs. But what it does, it eliminates the paper. You know, if we want to refer to something, let's say at the first meeting that we had in January, if we had some type of archival system about meeting agendas, I think it would make it more efficient. So I don't know what the particular software that we would use, but I would propose we add something in the budget that would take care of that and make our meetings more efficient. All of these budgets that we have to keep up with, each, we can confer with the school district because but if they have their budgets, it's uploaded. Each department head, each department knows how to use and upload whatever it is we're going to have for the meeting. So, from a technology standpoint, I don't know whether it would be. I guess it would be in the data word process software category. Could be miscellaneous, but I would think that we should add an amount. I don't know what that amount is.
You want to try to find out around wrap up, or do you
Yeah,
want to put something out?
yeah, I'll do that.
Yeah, why don't we do some research on that with Chief? Did you want to? Or, sorry. He was looking.
Sure.
We are looking at some electronic routing and looking into the capability of the current system to do that, so we have some background work to find out what that might cost, but we'd love to work with the council to figure out what.
Okay.
Good.
You know, look at that school board solution they used to.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you.
I have a question for the chairman real quick, if that's okay. We got some seasoned council members here, but I just want to throw this out for the new council members. We've gone through at least 2 or 3 mayors. And regardless of who the mayor is, we always want to have something in place, whether it's a human person or the capital necessary in order to protect the council. There have been a lot of times to where we've made important decisions here, to where after we make those important decisions with our conscience, we would get, I'll put it this way, another administration would say, well, it was the council that did this, and we wouldn't have anybody to buffer that. So have you looked at that? And if so, is there something that we can do while we have things on the table in order to make sure that not only do we have somebody that could be, for lack of a better phrase, our communications person, much less help us fight some of those battles, like several council members went to Nashville to fight the de-annexation issue. And we'll probably have to do it again, but it'd be great if we had somebody in place in order to help fight those battles, because a lot of us have jobs and other responsibilities to where we still want those particular items that we look at necessary and important to still be fought on our behalf. Mr. Boyd, however y'all want to do it.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. That's actually the direction I wanted to go in. I know that everyone worked so tirelessly. I know a couple of us travel and spend weekends spending time in Nashville trying to talk to legislatures on behalf of the city and the Memphis City Council. I think, and it really opened our eyes to that fact, because as a council, we're behind the 8 ball. And I just wanted to make a friendly amendment to add $100,000 in our Memphis City Council budget to cover fees associated with lobbying and legal fees as it pertains to any issues that's going on with this body.
Okay, is there a second?
Second.
All right, the amendment's $100,000 for lobbying, I'm assuming / communications purposes, et cetera, et
yeah.
cetera.
So we'll just say lobbying, communications, et cetera. And basically that'll put us back to the council's full complement that we had, 2 years ago.
Okay. That motion's on the floor as an amendment. Mr. Corbett.
Could you expand just a little bit more on what you're asking for? I mean, I'm the newbie, so I'm not quite following what you're asking for.
Well, every department, so we could create opportunities for a communications / analyst person on the council staff. Also a person to handle lobbying, seasonal lobbying in Nashville on our behalf, because as you know, the chairman has mentioned several times that it brought light on this previous issue that had gone on with the de-annexation. We need someone to go to Nashville and speak on our behalf. For example, I spent a lot of time last year lobbying in Nashville, trying to get the state to give St. Jude some money, which they said they would agree to give St. Jude $75 million, which we saw they only gave St. Jude $12 million. So instead of taking off work and taking time out of our schedules and trying to wear triple hats, we should have somebody in place to speak on this legislative body's behalf.
So
So what you're envisioning is basically new council position or positions. They're almost like a legislative liaison lobbyist.
Or possible outsourcing position.
Before we get to the chairman, show Councilman Morrison present.
Yeah, just to second what Councilman Boyd said, I mean, it was a blinding flash of the obvious that the council, I mean, something we would work on this year, but needs a lobbyist in Nashville. I mean, the administration, the city has a lobbyist, they work for the administration, they were great to work with and collaborate with. I talked to the mayor about this today. He thought this was a good idea. I think I'm correct in paraphrasing that, but for the council too, to have kind of eyes and ears in Nashville. I've talked to several of the commissioners, and they had set up a whole process on who they hired, an RFP process to hire the best team there, basically just to kind of augment what the administration's doing. So I would be supportive of this if it were in that, in that vein. We have a committee. I think we saw how important the whole de-annexation thing was to the city, and this year. So.
All right. Anybody else on the amendment? Councilman Morgan, Councilman Morrison.
Yeah, I agree.
What, Morgan, then Morrison? Morgan, and then Morrison.
So just to clarify, we're talking about two separate positions. One would be a part-time lobbyist in Nashville while they're in session, something that we probably outsource to a law firm or somebody that's already in Nashville, and the other would be kind of a PR communications new staff position.
Or we can use those that are already on.
That right there, that right there could be determined based on the overall needs of our office at a particular time, because one thing that I've noticed is that there is no true single messaging that comes out with this body. It's all over the place. And then a lot of times we get blindsided when if Ryan writes a story that we have the slightest idea about, we kind of get blindsided. So that's the responsibility of the possibility of a person coming in to handle that for us.
I certainly agree with Nashville. I don't know if the current staff we have has the relationships in Nashville. I mean, in terms of being a lobbyist, the 99 people in the House and the 33 in the Senate, and just being on a first-name basis and knowing them all, that's going to take, I think, there are people that can do that for us in Nashville that are there and don't have responsibilities. House Memphis office. I think that's absolutely something that's needed. In the de-annexation fight, when we were up there, there's something that the administration and council was really kind of hand in hand and on the same page with, but there might be times in the future where the administration and council doesn't necessarily see eye to eye on something, and we need somebody that represents the council's interests there. And the lobbyists that are there now in Nashville on behalf of the city really answer to the administration, not to us. And just they can help us with setting up meetings and a number of other things. So I agree and support the amendment.
All right, council members Morrison and Espinosa on the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I want to pick up kind of where Councilman Morgan just left off, that there will be times that the administration and the council don't see eye to eye. But I also have to say I'm a little concerned with the idea of the city council having their own lobbyist, because what if we don't agree? Unless this council, there are 13 individuals who represent 13 different parts of this city. And are we going to have the lobbyists torn between what they're to do if the council doesn't support something? Or if it's 6 and 6 and there's one that's sitting out? I guess my concern is I mean, I think we should have a voice, and I understand, but I think basing this on the de-annexation fight is premature. It brought us all together, but this council on more than one occasion has not agreed on what priorities should be. So I think creating a position that we're not really sure on how they would function in Nashville and what message they send, unless this council decides that we're going to sit down and vote on the message before the lobbyist session begins, I think we should be very careful of doing that unless we have something in place that really protects those that may not be supportive of what the lobbyist is wanting to lobby on behalf of. So I just want to be mindful of that as we talk about the communication position, all for it, that's great. But the lobbyist position I'm a little concerned about, because unless this council stands united, you may have someone lobbying for a position that half the council don't agree with. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you. In this order, Spinoza, Jones, Boyd. Ms. Fuller, were you trying to get in?
No, sir.
Okay. Spinoza, Jones, Boyd, in that order.
So two things, I'm gonna vote no tonight on this to allocate $100,000. For two reasons. First off, I'd just like to know, I mean, $100,000 sounds good, but I'd like to know exactly kind of where it's going and more specifics on that before we allocate the money. But then two, I just think from a common sense standpoint, when we talked about staff, we could have people call up to Nashville, set up appointments, or we could pick up the phone, you know, take a trip a quarter. I think there's value certainly to going up there. I mean, we saw it, I was there, and I saw it, and it was meaningful for us to be there. So we need to have a presence there. But I think Councilman Morrison brings up a good point. You know, I don't think that, at this time, I don't see the logic behind us having one person there lobbying on our behalf, so I'm gonna vote no tonight.
Council members Jones and Boyd.
Thank you.
Jones and Boyd.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I guess I'm a bit ambivalent about this because I don't see it being any substitute to our being the elected officials sitting across the table or at the table or across the desk from our elected officials. So what this does not do, it does not absolve us, and I still say thank you, Spinoza, Chairman Kemp, and Berlin. You made trips up there, and Councilman Morgan, you did as well. So it's not going to relieve us of our duty calls. Hey, we have to do the best to represent the Memphis taxpayers as we can. If it requires us going up there consecutively, hey, we just have to make amends somehow. So it's not going to absolve us as that. So I'm a bit ambivalent of it. Now, I doubt if there's ever going to be anything. Well, there's not going to be. Ideally, yeah, there'll be some things that we're going to have a unanimous vote on, but 7 carries a day. So, from a school board standpoint, look, you had a 5-4, but it was still whatever the majority is. And so we operate in a system where we could have 6, if 7 people are in opposition to it, well, it doesn't carry. If we have 6 people and some person decides to recuse themselves, 6 doesn't carry it either. So I would say that we shouldn't shy away from this because we think that every decision that we make has to be a unanimous decision. There's going to be some things that we agree upon, some things that we're not, but 7 carries a day.
All right, thank you, Councilman Boyd, and if there's nobody after him, if you could reiterate your amendment.
Yes, sir. My only point, and I mean, I appreciate the comments, but my only point is, as we all know, in order to be effective in Nashville, where you're looking at a house that's all red primarily, the Democrats are basically ineffective because they're outnumbered in both the Senate and the House. You have to have relationships. I'm not saying that we eliminate ourselves as elected officials from going up and trying to meet with the various representatives and senators in Nashville. However, I'm saying there are firms in Nashville that have long-standing and long-lasting relationships, and at the end of the day, they can move the needle and get things done on our behalf. And if you want to take the time to go up and speak with them and meet with them, so be it. I mean, I encourage that as well. But as it pertains to timing, this is our time to allocate monies into our budget. If we find out where this body says, we don't want to create another position, at least we know that money's earmarked in our budget. Next year, if we don't use it, we just cut it out the budget. So I'm saying, since we're in having our budget discussion, this is the time to get what we need to get and have it there just in case we decide to move forward and move forward on that position. With that, Mr. Chair, it's a call for question.
And reiterate your motion.
Yes, sir. My motion is to allocate $100,000 to be used for legislative services in Nashville and communication/analyst position as needed with the determination of duties, responsibilities of this body and the chairman.
All right, thank you. We will go to another roll call vote on that item. And after that, you'll still have the floor if you have any other amendments. Otherwise, I'll go to other council members if they have amendments to this budget. Are you ready, Ms. Sophia Wordlaw? All right, roll call vote.
Boyd.
Aye.
Brown,
Pass. Mr. Brown passes.
Conrad,
Yes.
Goldenberg,
Aye.
Jones,
Aye.
Morgan,
Yes.
Morrison,
No.
Spinoza,
No.
Swearingen. Yes. Ford.
So the chairman voting aye, I see 8 yes, 2 noes, and 1 pass. That carries. Do you have any, well, hold on 1 second. Do you have any more amendments before I go to the finance? It would go with the savings, if that's what you're about to add.
No, it wasn't. What I would recommend doing, since this is passed and there's still some doubt as to exactly what, if it's okay, we will amend the budget to add $100,000 to miscellaneous professional services.
Okay.
And then, as instructed, when you decide that X thousand is gonna go for a position, we'll then move that money into personnel and we'll allocate it as you see fit. But since you don't know right now, we'll just put $100,000 and we'll increase miscellaneous professional services.
All right. Anyone else? Councilman Jones and then Councilman Smith.
Mine is unrelated to this, but what I'm pulling up now, Mr. Ryan Poe, Shelby County Commission, their budget for fiscal year 2016 was $2,275,047, compared to ours last year of 1.537.
Well, I need to put something else on the table.
Now, help me do the math. Help me do the math.
Yes.
How many county commissioners are there?
13.
How many city council members are there?
13.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
That's all, Mr. Spinoza. Don't worry about it. Anybody else?
And those still are our tax dollars over there too, as members.
Correct. I need a motion for the entire city council budget.
Move to approve as amended.
Second.
All right. Let me just say this, just to give some other information, I appreciate you doing that. I don't know if anybody's interested, but I went and looked at other councils and what they have. This is Santa Monica and this is Cleveland. I also have the county commission's budget. Not saying was correct and not saying was incorrect, but what I did look at, when you look at some of these other councils, what they've done has been consistent, and it looks like they haven't just significantly gone up or down on their budget. So we can use these as references. If you do want to have it as a reference, please get it back to me. But I just wanted to show you all that. Again, I'm not saying what's right and what's wrong, but I'm saying whatever works for them, it's been working. So we'll have our last vote on the city council budget as amended. Roll call.
As amended.
As amended.
Okay.
Aye. Wait a minute.
I'm first.
You first, you're right.
Brown second.
Right.
Boyd,
All right, Boyd, now.
Brown,
Aye.
Yes.
Corbett, Conrad,
No.
Goldenberg,
Yes.
Jones,
Aye.
Morgan,
Abstain.
Morrison, Spinoza,
No.
Swearingen,
Yes.
Chairman Ford.
So the chairman voting aye, I see 7 yes, 2 noes, and 2 passes. Is that correct?
You had some abstention.
We had 2 abstentions. I want to say it was Mr. Morrison and Mr. Morgan, the M's. Is that correct? All right. Pin the chair, the ayes have it. City council budget as amended passes. We will now go back to the order of the day. Thank you very much. And Mr. Conrad, thank you for being here. I know you got to go somewhere else. Safe travels when you got to go.
You wanna go still, council?
We're gonna move to the
Chairman
next
Conrad?
one before you
Still
start
leaving?
asking if lips are quivering and stuff. So hold on.
I'm just kidding, baby.
We will now go to finance, and Mr. Collins, how do you want to do this since it looks like it's being broken into 2 pieces?
Why don't we just go through the general fund and the other funds should only take a minute later on.
All right. We will bring, is that it? Or is that us?
That's you.
That's still us. So we're ready for the finance budget general fund, please. So you want some more? Yeah, it should be 7, 2, and 2. You got me.
Don't worry.
I got, you got me?
Colbert didn't vote.
Everybody waiting on that.
So wait a minute.
So much. That's your
What do we need to do? Hold on 1 second, council members. I want to make sure that last.
Put your lunch
Did you
in
pass
there.
or? You voted yes. All right, so I knew I had it right.
It was a 7.
All right, fine, it's 7, 2, and 2. We're ready.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman.
Good afternoon.
Great to see everybody. I'm going to try to get through this quick because we are really behind. If you could skip to page 4, that'd be great. The expenditures for the finance division this year are $8.6 million. Like a lot of divisions, 64% is personnel. We've got 1.1 in materials and supplies, and 1.9, almost $2 million in grants and subsidies. Going to page 5 is another look at the expenditure, but it's at the program level. What I'll point out here is something I talked about on the first day when I gave you an overview of the operating budget. The budget and finance is bigger this year because several things have been transferred to it. And when you look at this, primarily the OFSP, which is our, the Diversity and Compliance Group and the Landmarks Group, those wedges up in the top, the 660,000 and the 202,000, those were transfers from other areas to the finance division. Turning to page 6 briefly, some initiatives for 2017, some changes. First, staffing changes. Within our accounting area, we sort of consolidated. We eliminated 2 higher salary supervisory positions. And we've got a duck somewhere in the room. I won't take that as a sign. But we reorganized by adding a couple of mid-level accounting positions. And we also took a couple of positions from Treasury and moved them into our debt management area and our budget office. Next are the structural changes that I just talked about a minute ago. First, as has gotten a lot of conversation thus far in the budget process, we've consolidated in the finance area 2 areas into the Office of Business Diversity, what was formerly our Office of Contract Compliance, and the Memphis Office of Resource and Enterprise, what was known as MORE. Those positions were consolidated into one group, and Joanne Massey is the leader of that group. Also, the Landmarks Commission was a group that was previously stuck in the grants and agencies area. There isn't any changes to that group. It's still in the same budget, the same people, but we moved it into finance areas so that there would be some accountability and a more logical reporting structure for that group. And then finally, one of the big changes here, and again, it's not really a change, last year council approved the Graceland project, and there is a pass-through of tax dollars from the state to the city, and we pass it on back to pay debt service on TDC. So again, all of those changes make finance look bigger, but they're actually budget neutral to the city. If you look at page 7, what I've done here is this is just a quick bridge analysis of what I'll call the existing or the old finance division. And year over year, there's a slight increase from 5.4 to 5.7. The bulk of the increases are, we've got some retirements in the group, so we've got an increased cost there. We've got the pension ARC increase, et cetera. I won't read all of these to you, but they total about $361,000 on the whole budget. But if you turn to the next page, page 8, this is where I've added in the increased expense to the finance division. It's been moved, and again, it's budget neutral. So first, at the top of that page, you see that Graceland pass-through. The Office of Business and Diversity is $660,000. The Landmarks Commission is $202,000. When you back out the revenue, the pass-through revenue, the total increase there is $842,000. Again, there's a zero impact to the city because all of these are simply movements or pass-throughs. Page 9 is just the program comparative spending. Again, it just restates what I just told you in a different format. Running right along, the next couple of pages, pages 11, 12, and 13, are the 5-year expenditure trend reports. And on to page 16, you have the authorized complement comparison. Again, year over year, we're up 11 individuals, but those again are either transfers in to the finance division or an increase where we have eliminated some higher paid positions, replaced them with lower paid positions. Again, all of it being budget neutral. Page 17, we do not have a lot of outside professional services in finance, but there they are. They're under $1 million. But the next page I want to get to is page 18, equal business opportunity, OWBE initiatives. I just want to talk first about finance's role in general and my role in particular. I think the conversation that we've had in this budget season so far has been really terrific. I hope you have all noticed, those of you who were here last year and before, that this is a subject that just never came up during the budget process. And I know we're not doing enough. We're not doing enough. There's no doubt about it. I recognize it. The mayor recognizes it. But I hope that you have at least seen that we have tried, we have woven this conversation into the budget process, and it is going to be a frequent visitor. You're going to be questioning us about it. We are going to be talking about it constantly, and we are committed to doing something about it. I think if you look back, if you had put a stopwatch on these proceedings so far, and from division to division, talked about the categories of things that we've discussed from budget presentation to budget presentation, the lion's share of time, or at least what's in first place, was discussion and questions about MWBEs. So we're committed to it, not only in the budget process, but you're going to see follow through. You're going to see updates on a regular basis. However often this council would like to hear from us, you will hear from us on that. Closer to home, within the finance division, we have a small budget for that. We have so far this year, just on the small dollars that we put out, we're running at about 12%, 11.93. But on page 18, what I wanted to point out is that where the finance division actually has a larger influence over where we spend money are in 3 places. The auditor, Banks, Finley & White, who we deal with very frequently and does our annual CAFR, is a firm that is a minority firm. We spend $300,000 plus a year, and they get 100% of our auditing business. On pensions, I'm the chairman of the Pension Investment Committee, and in the finance department, there are several members of the finance department who are also on that committee and who are, as you might imagine, pretty influential on what money managers are selected. We manage about $2 billion, and 26% of those dollars are managed by MWBEs, and I think that is probably compares well to any pension fund in the country. On the debt management side, I'm quoting numbers from, and we talked about these just recently. So far this year, on debt management, about 24% of the fees that we pay in connection with our debt issuance, that would be to bond counsel, disclosure counsel, and disclosures, is at 4%. We are pleased. We think this is a good start, and we intend to keep our shoulder to it and increase this across the community. And with with that, I'll take any questions.
See Councilmember Boyd first, and if anybody else wants to get in.
Yeah, thanks, Mr. Chair. I just had one question. Director Collins, I noticed I was looking at your M&S. Can you explain the changes year over year in your M&S line?
Which one in particular?
I was looking, I went actually back into the book, and I was just noticing a couple of them. Like, for example, on page 126, operating budget, and then as projected for FY 2017 is 299, and forecasted 374, 351. So I was just kind of curious, what's the variation you see?
I'd have to dig into that, but it probably has some variation to do with treasury. A lot of things in treasury, and that's not us. Okay. They would probably get into some of the changes that we make there.
Okay. All right, that's all.
If it's anything different than that, I'll get back to you.
Okay.
Councilman Moore.
It looks like it's from miscellaneous professional services. So that's
Which is probably,
Yeah, because it just didn't drill it down in there.
right. Didn't know that run. All right.
thank you.
That's it, Mr. Chairman.
Anyone else? Okay. Mr. Jones.
Thank you. Ms. Collins, will you, I'm looking at the pension investment managers as well as the debt management spend.
Yes, sir.
Will you, doesn't have, well, of course you don't have it at this meeting. Will you provide me a detailed listing of those managers as well as the breakdown of both of these numbers?
Okay, I can get you that. They were, I believe they are laid out in the documents that we present.
Thank you, Prince.
All right. Anyone else? I have a couple of questions, if nobody else. I see that the Equal Business Opportunity and Development Program is now under your division.
Yes, sir.
And for newer council members and those that were here, and I brought my old notes from last year real quick. This council, and we've been talking about MWBE every single second just about. And this is where I would like to find some solutions if we can. To give some information, the SBE ordinance, which is ordinance number 5366, this council member asked for some amendments that would make it stronger for those minority women business enterprises to have a chance. We've seen so many presentations where it doesn't look like they're getting the chance. We had council members that saw in some graphics that $84 million was being spent for what was like $8 million on MWBs or things like that. Yeah, 4 and all of those other numbers that are, for lack of a better word, disgraceful. Those particular items passed. This mayor right here even supported it. And I hope he can support some of the things that I'm looking for us to do. We also had an MWBE resolution where we looked at 5 recommendations that both disparity studies continue to show that we were lacking on. Ladies and gentlemen, that first disparity study was in 1994. And if we still can't get our act right 22 years after the fact, we don't need to be here. So I'd like to ask Ms. Massey if she could stand up. Yeah, you still, Ms. Massey.
Hello, Council.
I got a couple of questions, and I got them right here because I already mentioned the SBE ordinance, which we strengthened, and the council members need to get a copy of that. I can show you exactly what was amended. It dealt with procurement, and also dealt with making sure that several of our federal regulations that we weren't following was being followed. So, also, that was also passed unanimously. It included online registry, mentoring, protege, outreach initiatives, and other recommendations that were in both disparity studies. I'm assuming that you've seen both of those, so you know what I'm talking about. Now, do you have, we talked about the incubator, we talked about a few other things. Do you have realistic and longitudinal goals for this minority business incubator program, which could help out MWBEs, whether it's getting certified or just being given a chance?
So it has been a consideration, and as council may already know, there's several agencies and organizations in the community that is looking at this. And so we are looking at partnering with them and collaborating and creating something or adding on to something as a complement to those efforts that are already going on.
I agree with that because I actually said that when, and congratulations again for being the person that's undertaking this. And one thing that I said up on the 7th floor, and I'll say it again, if you don't have the resources, you're going to fail. And I sincerely hope that the administration, that the council has to put in funds in order for you to succeed so that we can all succeed. Let's make it happen. So are you ready to discuss possibly what else you may need in order to make sure that we all succeed?
So at this time, as we're looking at our, I'm still in my 90-day analysis, and so we're looking at those programs and those efforts that are going on. And as I said, we're trying to build in complementary actions to that, and that we can meet our goals of increasing the minority participation.
I got another question, but go ahead, Mr. Collins.
She's right. And 90 days in, that group is consolidated. They are really taking stock of where they're at. And I assure you that once we believe that we need more resources that we can effectively deploy, I will be in here asking for them. We will not let this one die on the vine.
My final question, because we have wrap-up coming up on the 24th, would you be ready to address the council on how much finitely it would take in order for you to create all of this so that we can move on July the 1st and make sure that we can help out MWBs in the best and most efficient way? And then maybe in your committee, Mr. Boyd, we can have like 2-month updates on how it's going so that we can see what's going on. No, I didn't mean to put her on the spot, but what I'm saying is I would have asked if it was Carly or whoever. I just want to make, look, just like in the last council, I just want to make sure she doesn't have any third base people talking. I just want to make sure. I know that it's under your umbrella, but I want to get a couple answers because this is serious business we're talking about. So I tell you what, I'll just wait and try to get those answers during the wrap up, but I'll go ahead and yield to Councilman Boyd and Councilman Jones on that. Go ahead.
If I could just say though that in the request that we have there, we are asking for additional positions for the EBO program in there. So we're asking to reallocate funds from professional services to create additional positions. So we're asking for an increase in our complement under EBO, as you can see.
Okay. Mr. Boyd and Mr. Jones.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This may be segue back because when you guys consolidated your this office, Mr. Collins, how many positions did they lose once they put it under finance?
They gained 2.
They gained 2. Okay, so plus 2. And what are the roles and responsibilities of those 2 extra employees?
So those 2 extra employees that we're looking at, as the unit was consolidated, we created 2 units under the office as it was consolidated. It's contract compliance, and then it is business services, which was more in what they were responsible for. So these new positions are business services analysts, and those are people that would work directly with the businesses on their, walking them through the certification.
You don't have to go for that. Okay, because the only thing I'm trying to make sure, and this is one thing that I just, since my colleague brought this point, we can spend money in our city on everything else. I mean, everything else. And it really frustrates me when I'm looking at a budget and we're spending so much money and none reaches African-American businesses, and none of it goes back into African-American communities. I just want to make certain that we're not giving lip service to trying to find solutions to fixing and increasing the MWBEs, because every single budget we've looked at, I mean, everyone sitting around this table said the same thing about the lack of minority participation. And that's all. I'm just curious. I want us to be successful in moving the needle. I mean, it's definitely something we have to do. Thank you.
Councilman Jones.
Thank you. Mr. Collins, will you reconcile, I think the commercial appeal, that's the only, I hadn't asked for this information from you. They had a number that was way south of this 24% or 24%. Now, I know that this is just related to the pension fund, but reconcile that number that I saw that was published versus the numbers that you're reporting here.
I'll look it up.
Okay.
I'll have to look it up and I'll reconcile it.
And, yeah, and so
I'll find Mr. Putt. We'll work it out.
Okay. And let's see.
You want to answer that on the 24,000?
Yes. Well, beforehand. Between 9 and 24.
Okay, right.
So that was my follow-up question.
You got a robust list of things for the 24. Anyone else? Is there a motion?
Move for approval.
Second.
It's been moved and properly seconded. Seeing no other discussion, we'll go to a medium voice vote. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, pin the chair, the ayes have it. The item passes, no amendments.
Mr. Chairman?
All right, I see the mayor, so is it okay that we switch?
I was gonna make that motion.
Second. All right. So we will now go to executive, and then we would go to the Black Business Association, well, no, finance, all of the fund, Black Business Association, libraries, matters, etc. Welcome, Mr. Mayor.
Afternoon.
Mr. Chair, I wanted to point out something you probably already captured, that at least this year, the executive division actually includes 3 separate departments. My office, the COO's office, and the Chief of Communications office are all in this one budget. Next year, hopefully, we can break those out. And Chief McGowan's going to present the entire budget for you.
Thanks, Mayor. Thanks, Council. I appreciate the opportunity to speak with you today. You've heard through a number of budget presentations about positions that have been transferred out to executive division, so hopefully today it will come home about how they have landed. So I'll walk you through those. I would like to mention, as Director Collins mentioned, that there's no material change to the city's overall budget as a result of this. This is restructuring and transferring of positions from one center to another. Moving on to the mission statement, you'll see it here. We're setting expectations, giving directions, and then this process is providing resources that people need to get the work done for the city. Moving on to the organizational chart. This may be the first time that you've seen the organizational chart, and this also represents one of the appreciable strategies that we have for this year. One of the big changes was the restructure, putting the chief's structure into place and reorganizing the executive division. Moving on. This year in FY17, the executive division is a $13 million operation. It consists of the following service centers that are listed here on the chart. I'd like to call your attention to the fact on slide 4 that 65% of the functions in executive division are direct service to the citizens, and that's comprised of the Office of Community Affairs, the 311 call center, Memphis Animal Services, and the Office of Youth Services. We have 35% of the traditional executive kinds of functions. On slide 5, you'll see our expenditures by category. 58% or about 60% is for personnel. We have the other 40% is made up of grants and materials and supplies. Moving on. Slide 6 represents the organizational chart of the executive division. You note the areas that are not highlighted in yellow are unchanged from last year. The areas highlighted in yellow represent new functional areas for the executive division. That is the Office of Animal Shelter, the Office of Community Affairs, the Communications Office, and the Office of Performance Management. You'll see on the next slide that we transferred in the Animal Shelter, we transferred in the Office of Community Affairs. We just heard that Finance has taken on contract compliance. We established the Office of Performance Management and the Communications Office. Next slide. So the meat of the matter is the comparative summary between 2016 and 2017. Call your attention to the top. The executive division has not traditionally had any revenues. In FY17, we have $500,000 plus of revenues that is all attributable to fees that are collected by Memphis Animal Services. On the expenditure side, you will see the Mayor's Office, the Chief Operating Officer's Office, Auditing, 311 Youth Services, Intergovernmental Affairs, and CLER are all the functions that were unchanged from last year. The additions are the transfer of contract compliance, animal shelter, community affairs, and communications. The net implication of this restructuring is an increase of $4.2 million to the executive budget. All of that is attributable to the addition of Memphis Animal Services, which is $3.5 million, $600,000 of materials and supplies to support these functions, and $100,000 for 2 new positions in the Office of 311 and increases to the pension. That's the $4.2 million. I'd like to call attention to the increase in materials and supplies that you see on the next slide, specifically in communications. Some of the initiatives that we have underway that we'll talk about are a new website for the city of Memphis. We have a broad set of initiatives to improve the live adoption rate at Memphis Animal Services. You heard Director Connect talk about a brand new recycling program for the city of Memphis. We recently had IBM Smarter Cities come to town and talk to us about how to improve our 911 response rate and reduce emergency medical service response. And we have a significant number of youth service programs and recreational programs that we need to, that are core to our service delivery that we need to communicate to citizens about. And that is materially increase in materials and services.
I'm sorry to interrupt.
Yes.
Communications, I know we got a lot of new stuff, so it's
I'm sorry,
$656.
I'm sorry, yes, that's $656,000.
Significant difference.
Yes, that's right. So there's a K missing there, I apologize.
No problem.
We move to the next slide. You will note an increase to the complement. We had 46 people in executive last year. There are 99 people this year. I highlighted the areas that contribute to that. 51 positions came with Memphis Animal Services, and there are 2 positions in the Office of Youth Services that went from part-time to full-time. That yields your total complement increase of 53 positions for executive. The other change that you just received is on the next slide, slide 11. There was an error that was on the error was mine and mine alone. You will see that communications received 2 positions from the mayor's office, the position that was reduced from auditing, and 1 position from the libraries. You will hear later that the Memphis Public Libraries has been reduced by 4 positions as a result of some restructuring that has been done inside the library. So that's the correction that you'll see on that 1 page. Moving on. Operating revenues. Again, all of the operating revenues for executive are as a part of Memphis Animal Services. They represent licenses and permits and charges for services. The next page, those categories, you'll see charge for services and licenses and permits. Moving on. The 5-year expenditure trend report. The changes that you will see over the next few pages are consistent with adding those additional personnel and some small increases in materials and supplies, professional services associated with bringing on those new service centers into the executive division. We can move on to slide 22. This is the vendor detail for our professional services. You'll see it's $1.4 million. 40% of this list of professional services supports our Office of Youth Service summer programming, from events that we are having at our community centers to the Mayor's Ambassador program to youth summer employment. The balance of the others are for things like lobbying, the website, and you'll see this array of vendors that we have that support largely our summer programming events on the left side. Moving on. Slide 23. I'd like to call your attention to one part on this slide. We have our certified MWBE spend so far through the middle of the year is just under 12%. Our goal for FY17 for certified MBEs, and I'm calling attention to that specifically for a reason, is 25%. Right? If you could look at the column that says non-certified MWBEs, there's 44% of our spend there. What the Chief College just talked to you about our auditing firm, which is 100% African-American owned with offices here in the city of Memphis. That is about a $300,000 spend that we spend with them. It increases our overall investment to 44%. They are not certified and have no desire to be certified. With that, it concludes my presentation. I'll open it up for your questions.
All right, in this order, council members Boyd, anyone else? Jones? And if anyone else comes in, they come on in.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I want to go back to slide number 4. I think that looking at expenditures budget by program level, when I'm looking at youth services and I see 23%, and I look at animal shelter, 31%, it shows that we put more emphasis and focus on cats, dogs, and whatever other animals than we do our young people that's violently killing one another in these streets. I just think that we really need to look at that and try to change the whole overall spending because of the simple fact I was looking at a little pamphlet that I received, how much we're charging inner city kids to participate in camps, summer camps. They can't afford to pay for summer camps. Next thing I wanted to go to, because I know I'm on a time frame, is I'm looking at this M&S and communications, and I'm just having a hard time processing this whole thing with M&S that high. And I just wanted to do some comparison. I grabbed some information and I'll share with y'all. I went to Miami. I went down to New Orleans. We even went to, this is Houston, the 4th largest city in the U.S. Their M&S is considerably lower than ours. And you look at their, Houston, the 4th largest city, has 6 full-time employees in their communication department. Look at Miami, large city, their M&S right now is $162,000 for FY16. You go over to the mayor's office in New Orleans, look at their communications, $152,815. I mean, we can go to Beverly Hills, 3 full-time employees. You know, things are really expensive in Beverly Hills, but nowhere I found has M&S as high as we have in the city of Memphis. I mean, we just built a new website not too long ago for a couple $100,000. My personal opinion, I feel that money could go to parks and neighborhoods or the inner city neighborhoods throughout the city of Memphis. I just need an explanation. I want a good, solid explanation. How can I justify to my constituency on how much we have in material and supplies that we're spending on, in their eyes, frivolous things? Because if a person talking about a city, 9 times out of 10, what they're going to do, go online, Google the city, and see our murder rate being as high as it is. They're not concerned about going to our website talking about more adoptions of dogs. I'm just saying people have bigger issues than worrying about animals being adopted. So can you explain and help me understand that?
I'll start. Thank you, Councilman Boyd. Good question. If I could answer the first question first about the investment that we make in our youth. I just passed out a pie chart, and I understand the concern that there is an Office of Youth Services. I would just comment that that is strictly for several staff members and the administration of the Mayor's Ambassador Program. What I just passed out to you is that the city, our youth spend across the divisions is $18 million plus, and that is from our parks, Workforce Investment Network. In the executive, you see that Office of Youth Services, 2.2 in libraries, and some smaller amounts in the other areas. The Memphis Police Department also has a youth athletics that I did not capture here. So we're just about $20 million in our investment in youth. I would suggest that there's always room for investment in our young people, but I don't want you to misunderstand that that's all we're spending because of the Office of Youth Services. So I just provide that for context, and we had this prepared because of the question. On the point of the communications and M&S, as I mentioned, we have consolidated many of the functions and the centralized marketing of the brand new programs that we have with respect to recycling, increasing some of the participation in the youth programs, the 911 and EMS program management that is put into place by the idea of smarter cities. The other point, and maybe Ms. Madden can help me with this, but the mayor's office in New Orleans has 8 full-time staff members and a press secretary and 26 people in communications. Some of their communications M&S is split out amongst the divisions in New Orleans, so I think that M&S spend represents the executive portion of that, because we have looked at other peer cities as well, so I'm not sure if we have any other detail. And
I
again,
have the
without
budget
having
right now. I've been scouring the programs.
So the programs that I listed are fully supported by those, that M&S spend, which is to get those core services marketed to individuals in the city who will take advantage of it.
My feeling on a brand new website, personally, a lot of individuals in which the District 7, which Fraser Library, I thought I saw Ken in here somewhere. Ken, yeah, Fraser Library, one of the busiest libraries without, I mean, literally can't get a computer because they're always jam-packed. That just proves a point that those people don't have internet services at home. So I doubt it very seriously they're going on to talk about, let me go out and see if I can adopt a dog from the city of Memphis. They're trying to feed their families, not worried about adopting dogs or recycling, so on and so forth. Recycling isn't a cultural thing in the African American community because of the main whole focus of where they are. As Mr. Brown said, they're in the trenches. Thank you, sir. So I just want to say, let me yield my minute, Mr. Chair, and come back.
1 minute yielded. We'll go in this order. Jones and Fully Love.
Thank you. My question, well, the first question is, looking at the adopted budget, I'm looking at page 8. The adopted budget for 2016 for youth services was 3.5 versus a 2.9 for this current year.
Yes.
So can you expound on that, please?
So we, last year there was a significant increase to the office over FY15 based on some projected participation. We looked at this year and our execution rate of that, and just as we do with every division, we heard Director Sweat talking about it. We said, what is it that we can and we know that we need to execute for this year? And so we brought that more into line with what we know we're going to execute by the end of this fiscal year.
And then I was also looking at a couple of, on page 18. Clothing.
Yes, this is uniforms and supplies for our animal control officers and our animal care technicians.
Okay. With the $132,000 increase for medical supplies, would that be
100% for the veterinarian, yes, sir.
That's all I have for now.
For now, you want to yield your time?
Yes.
Okay, you got 30 seconds. Ms. Fully Love, you're next.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, Mr. President.
He does
I
not
don't
look
know
like
why I
Donald
was
Trump.
getting ready to say that. Mr. Mayor, thank you so much. I guess I'm gonna piggyback over my colleagues' notes. I'm an animal lover, and I believe people, I don't care where you, how poor you are, whatever, people love dogs. And there are poor people that adopt animals. Now, let me say this. With the communication salary comparison, I just want to know, Ms. Madden, if this is an oversight on your part, where you have $294,915, which includes all of the salaries, am I correct? That's on page, no page number, that's on our, I'm on the communications, City of Memphis.
Oh, okay, that's my new down.
Yeah.
That's another presentation.
That's something else.
I know
Go
it's
ahead.
something, but I just
No, I'm
wanted
just
to ask
asking,
about that.
'cause other council members might ask what you got.
Was that an oversight with the numbers? Okay, you have 294,915. And does that include your salary, Kyle's salary, Paula's salary, and Allison Boucher's salary?
Yes.
Okay, but it actually comes down to 387. Wait a minute. With benefits. Okay, I just wanted you to look at that.
We'll look at that if we can get back to you.
Okay, I just want you to look at that. And let me say something to those who are balking at a communication salary comparison. You say you went to Miami, okay, and Miami has $184,000. Miami has communication going around not only in its government, but it's more, I guess, in a timely manner than in government. But let's look at other places. Look at Raleigh, North Carolina. Well, I look at Atlanta, Georgia. We always like to compare ourselves to Atlanta. Communication, because I'm in communication, is vital. It's absolutely vital. And I guess I'm talking to you, Councilman. No. Well, because you were bringing it up, and I just want to. I'm just
looking at the data.
I know, but I'm
Ms.
trying
Love
to.
got the floor. Go ahead.
Yeah, I'm just trying to stress. It's just like you thought it was necessary, and I agreed with you that we have a lobbyist, somebody to lobby, a person, a communication person, to do whatever from Memphis to Nashville. I think that's necessary as well. Communication is vital, and we always talk about how we're viewed by other people as this backwater river town. We need to come up to the 21st century. You have to have a great communication department. Did AC have one? No, he did not. He did not have a great communication department. That's why so many things that should have been reported were not reported. I certainly support this communication of the City of Memphis. And I just hope you look at it in a different manner, because it's really something that's needed. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
You want to reserve your time too?
Oh, yes, I'll reserve the
You have
rest of
3
it.
minutes. Anybody else new? New for the third time. All right, Mr. Boyd, you got a minute.
Yeah, just to come back to what my colleague said, with all due respect, I respect your opinion about communication. I think communication is very important, but, you know, I wish my colleague Kemp Conrad was here when he had a chance to be in Fraser with me, dealing with Fam Mob and Murder Squad and Fast Cash and those murders dealing with District 7. That right there, Ryan Poe, Action News 5, 3, 13, they communicate. That's the reality. I understand communications, but until we get our house in order and until we start putting money on the streets of Memphis in these inner city neighborhoods, damn communications.
Okay, well, damn communications.
All right.
Wait a minute, hold on.
You have the floor. You
Excuse
can
me.
get your
Oh,
personal
I'm sorry.
privilege if you want, but hold on.
And then my point is, I'm only passionate about that simply because I always say this: if we're not at the table, we're on the menu. And for so many years, we have allowed ourselves to be placed on the menu. And it's time to get off. It is time to stop being served and start serving people. And that's all I have to say. Thank you.
Well, Mr. Chairman, I'm so glad that my colleague is certainly so so entrenched and so caring and so passionate about what goes on in his district. And for that, I applaud him, as you should be, as we all should be. Yes, there are things that should go into our communities. I grant you that. There are programs that should be in our communities. I grant you that. But you're trying to compare apples and oranges, and they're different. And so let's look at what this is. This didn't have anything to do with CIP. This has to do with the executive division and what the executive division wants in its government, under its auspices. That's what it's talking about. And let's talk about this. Let's just put this on the table. You say, damn communications. Well, you know, we can't do that, because without communication, we wouldn't know exactly what was going on, okay? And so a city of our size should have a communications area or department that is quite efficient, adept at what it's doing and getting the word out to our citizens. I think all too often that we don't have enough information that's going out to the citizens of Memphis. For example, I want to get on the potholes. I also want to talk about, which I think is dastardly, that any summer camp is going to charge all of these poor children $100 and some. It's absolutely ridiculous. I called Sophia today, and I said, Sophia, this is what I want you to find out for me, because we cannot have this going on. I never would have known that had it not been for communication. Many people in the community don't know that they've got to pay X amount of dollars, always to $100 and some for each child to go to a summer camp, when we have almost a 30% poverty rate. So when you say damn communication, I wish you would consider that. Communication is vital, we need it, and we need to be on top of our game. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you.
Communicated that way.
What I'm gonna do is, Mr. Morgan, you're new, so I'm gonna give you the full 5, and then I'll go to Mr. Jones, unless we have somebody else new that would like to go. So, Mr. Morgan.
No, I just want to echo and compliment Councilman Full Love for her comments. And we have
A number of initiatives, new programs are being started by this administration, by this council, and that takes effort. It takes, I guess, the moment right now is communication between us and the community, for them to know about those movements. You know, one such movement we were talking about on the campaign last year was your Moto-Own program, and it's a good initiative. But we need to
be able to use our communications department here, not just rely on the media, not just rely on our presence in our own districts. You know,
District 5 is over 90,000 people. I can't speak to every single person one-on-one, and the people that need the Moto-Own program can't explain to all of them. I can't expect them all to pick up the commercial appeal or the daily news, or to go and watch Channel 3. So we need efforts by this administration, by this government, to reach people and tell them about the youth service programs in the communities, to tell them about programs like Moto-Own. So I know it's Chief Madden's first year and the first time that we're seeing a budget like this. There are going to be more eyes on this because we don't have anything compared to in the past. And I would love to see a little better breakout of materials and supplies that we do, just an estimate, that we do see in some of these other budgets. But without that, I really don't have much to criticize. I just, my full hope is that we will be able to effectively communicate the great things that are going on about this government to the people, and to get the information that they need, whether it be about 311, 911, any of the adjustments that we're trying to make there as well. So, with that, Mr. Chairman, I yield my time. Thank you.
All right, you got 2 minutes. Anybody else new? New? Mr. Jones, you got 3.5.
Thank you. This is very helpful, because when we first look at page 4, and before my colleague Councilman Boyd brought this up, I was going to channel Councilman Robinson because she raised this issue. But what I would like to see, though, is I looked at Parks, for instance. I think that Parks has maybe a $20-some-odd million budget. What would be helpful would be a greater breakdown, so we can see where we actually spend, because we may need to communicate, hey, we are not spending just $3 million on youth services, but what will be helpful is to look at parks, what that breakdown is, when we look at libraries, to see the amount that's actually touching and affecting youth. And the same thing for WIN. When I think of WIN, I almost exclusively think of adult services. So if we could have a break, and I was looking for WIN in the notes here, so what would be helpful is, when we're talking about this youth spend, let's tell people exactly where these dollars are.
We can have that for you tomorrow.
Thank you. My next question is, I'm looking at the last page, MWBE spend.
Yes, sir.
And Ms. McGowan, you indicated that the auditing firm accounts for $300,000. Is there any, are you all double counting here?
So you'll recall that Chief Collins mentioned that they have broad latitude in selecting that firm. It's paid for out of the executive budget, so we're not double. You'll notice that his percentage was, that wasn't included. The percentage is included in the executive percentage, since it's paid out of the executive account. So as we move forward in the next year, in the next budget, we still have some of that overlap.
Well, the stat on finance said MWBE for auditing was 100%.
My overall is 12%, but I said these were areas of influence outside of my area. And I told you at the time that it was actually in audit, which is in executive.
Okay. So
it's not double counted.
It's not double.
Okay, that's what I want. Thank you.
Anyone else? I have some questions. Normal routine, looking at personnel services, I see you're at 69% in Q3. That's within the variance. Materials and supplies, I see 54%, but I see 2.5 encumbered at 74%, and the miscellaneous professional services. Looks like everything is good on here. However, I do have several issues with the numbers that were put in this particular budget. I'm gonna go away from materials and supplies right now, communications. I want to go another way. And I've been trying to make some sense out of this, but every time I try to make sense and I calculate a different way, it gets worse. You said the only reason why the personnel increased is because you assumed the animal shelter, correct?
We summarized by saying we added 51 people from
Animal
animal
shelter.
services. We added 2 full-time positions. There were 2 part-time positions. Now, in the overall complement, we added 4 people that were transferred in from the library division. And you'll see on page 10 where those are. So the mayor reduced by 4 positions. CAO stayed the same, auditing reduced by 1. Contract supplies, we moved up 8. So the moving in of positions from outside of executive was 4 positions from libraries.
Okay. And what I've been doing, go ahead.
Summarizing what I said, those.
Sure. But with that being said, hold on, don't go anywhere with that yet, because every meeting I've looked at personnel to see if it's significantly increased or decreased. I also have a list as of April 22nd on who is currently employed. So playing around with the numbers, I get to see what the average salary is in each sector. Whether it's animal shelter, whether it's community affairs, whether it's the mayor's office, even if his complement goes down from 9 to 5. I know insurance and benefits gets added, so you would add another 20-some-odd%. But I am not getting to that $7.6 million you're asking for in the personnel line. I'm not getting there. In fact, let me just show you this. This is what I've done. Y'all pass this around, please. I just want you all to see what I've done. And this is HR's information. I'm taking the average salaries of these divisions. And I'm just looking at, let's say that all 99 positions get filled. Don't you see where I'm going with this? And if there's a good justification, so be it, otherwise I might have to make a motion. And I'll explain this to everybody. I want you to look at the side where it says City of Memphis Divisions and Current Complement. I do this every meeting to see where we're at. So we have police, city engineer, public works, finance, city council, libraries, and executive at the top. If you look on the left, that's how many individuals are working as of the 22nd. In the proposed count, the personnel cost and the average salary. So what I took was the personnel cost and I divided it by the number of people proposed, and I got these average salaries. As you can see, the highest out of that executive, out of those 39 slots, is 68,000 and change. So then what I did was, with this PowerPoint slide, what I did was this. I took who was hired now or appointed. If you look, let's take the mayor for example. I got the current complement 9, he's going down to 5, just like what the PowerPoint says. His personnel cost, as of now, when I took all the sums, was $861,282.76. That gave you an average of $95,698 for each person that works under the mayor. He said he only needs 5 people now, so I took that number times 5, and I got the projected of $478,490. So let me tell you what I want you to focus on. I want you to focus on the FY17 proposed, and I want you to look at the average salary for each one of those lines. What I did was I multiplied those numbers, and I got a sum. My sum was $5,194,000 for personnel. Now, I said, you know what? This might not have benefits, it might have. So I'm just going to add 20%. When I added 20%, I came out with $6.2 million. But the mayor's asking for $7.6 million. So I said, okay, there's got to be something. So let me try this another way. So turn to the back for me, please. So what I did was, I had those same numbers and I added 20%. And I said, let's work backwards. Since the animal shelter has 51 positions, they might need to work backwards. So let's say that the animal shelter's numbers are taken out plus the 20%. So look where it says executive division request. The administration is requesting $7,578,047. Let's take the animal shelters out. That's $2,089,000. That leaves a difference, ladies and gentlemen, of $5,488,000 among 48 employees. But if you divide that by the 48, you're talking about the average salary for everybody else, those 48 people, being over $114,000. So I said, wait a minute, let me put benefits in. So look at the last piece. You got your 99 employees, let's just assume all of them get funded, 7.5. Take your animal shelter project and add 20% for the benefits. That takes you 2.5. That leaves 48 employees at $5,071,000, to where the 48 employees, on average, be $105,000. Now, I'm not saying that Mr. Mayor is going to hire 48 people or 39 extra people at $100,000 each, but he has the means to do so, and I'm asking, how can you justify needing $7.5 million when I went back and looked at the HR data, and I only came out with, if I add the 20% to the side, $6.2 million.
If I may actually, look at page 16 and 17 of our presentation. It itemizes that 7.5. If you go to full-time salaries, it's $5 million. You got 5.1, so that's pretty close. You add 20% for benefits, that's 6.2. There's 3 figures I don't think are counted in that. Line 051302, pension of $269,000. 051307, pension ARC funding of $502. And then on the next page, 051402, part-time temporary salaries of $954. So if you add those to the $5 million in salary plus the benefits plus those amounts, that's where you get the 7.5.
That's assuming if you have all 99 people.
As all budgets are, that's what the request is.
So that's a yes.
Yes. Just like every other budget.
So we have one vacancy right now.
All right. Hold on, let me think about that. Mrs. Manosa.
I was gonna say, I'm impressed with your breakdown.
He's smart.
With your breakdown, I'm impressed with your breakdown, and then I'm impressed because I thought we found something there. And
Still might be there.
I'm impressed. It was clear communication, and we all hear I'm serious. That was great. That's all.
That's all?
He's a smart guy.
All I know is, let's just put it this way. If it was another mayor, I know the person that used to be the budget chair would ask the same questions. So I hope he doesn't mind me asking the same ones to him.
I don't mind questions.
And I think I'm being nice on the question that he used to ask. But I think you understand that these projections, and I don't know about, things can change. If this was a mayor from the past, and there was that much latitude on opening 39 positions over $100,000, we would have all the media outlets coming back. I'm still a little bit unconvinced on that because we can easily put a PowerPoint presentation together and that, but when we look at real salaries on who you have, and there's a big disparity, I'm still gonna have those questions. And I should have those questions. Anybody else? Mr. Boyd?
Yeah, Mr. Chair, just based on this information, one thing I'm definitely going to do is look at this particular communications division department in the near future. Because it's something that, every year we're going to come back and say we need an upgraded new website. But the one thing that I want this administration to realize and understand is that when I took an oath of office, I made a commitment, and I took that oath with all sincerity. And when I see the suffering, just come out. When you want to, I'm gonna take you around, and I want you to just go with me and see the pain and suffering that individuals in 7 is dealing with. And when they ask me questions, I got a guy live on Benjastown Road. The road is like they're literally driving on gravel, but they're in the city of Memphis. And when I can't answer them and justify them, and they say, well, man, you guys, the only thing they hear is what's good, what's happening in the city, but we don't see the murders that take place at the corner of Winfield and Whitney. They see that. And so they feel hopeless, no help, nobody's fighting for them. So it's my position to fight. I'm gonna fight until I have no more fight left in me, because I don't owe anybody nothing. I work hard every single day to get what I got. And that's why I don't eat and shop in the same place in which I live, because can't nobody touch my money. And I do that intentionally. And so that's my whole reason. And it's just been a lot of pain, but that's all I want people to realize, is that there's a lot of issues going on, and folk need services.
What's your response, Mr. Mayor?
Your constituents are my constituents. I lose sleep over the murders that happen in this city. That's why we've got pushing for more police officers on the street. That's why we push for academics in our community centers this year in the summer camps. We contracted with Literacy Mid-South. That's why we have more money in roads. That's why we presented the budget we have, because I know people want services, and I'm committed every single day to deliver to my constituents and your constituents.
Mr. Boyd, you good?
I'm good. As long as it's established, I'm good.
All right. Any other council members?
Second.
Been moved and properly seconded. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, no. Chairman, says no, so the chair, the ayes have it, aye, passes. We will go now, I don't even know where we're at. Thank you, Mr. Mayor, thank you, Mr.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you.
Where are we?
Back to finance.
Finance again, all right.
Okay, okay, take care of that.
Are we ready for number two?
Yeah, and these, for the new members, these are, the debt service fund.
No, I ain't the chair.
Hold on, we got people leaving out. All right, go ahead.
These are the debt service fund, as well as unemployment alarm, CRA, Memphis area, Memphis Arena, and a hotel motel tax. Those are all funds, the latter, that are all either self-funded or pass-through. We're back to this one, sorry about that. The debt service fund is the first one I'll mention, starting on page 21 in my book that you have in front of you. If you recall the presentation I made a couple weeks ago about debt service and the debt service payments that we make, what you see here are basically the debt service funds. All of the, if you look on page 21, you see the comparisons to 15, 16, and 17. The debt service fund reflects all of the ins and outs, the principal, the interest, as well as the refinancing. So, for instance, if you go in year 2015, you'll notice that we did a very large refinancing, and we did another $75 million this past year. So these pages are like what I described to you the other day was the swan going across the water. These are the feet underneath the surface of the water, all of the ins and outs of that fund. And the others that I mentioned, again, the unemployment alarm, Memphis Arena, hotel motel tax, those are all funds that are basically pass-through funds. So there's really not much of an ask here so much as an information for you. And I would ask that we pass them on together.
Any questions first? Okay, is there a motion?
Move it.
Second.
Moving properly seconded. Hold on. All right, now, all those in favor, please signify by saying aye. All those opposed, give the chair the ayes have it, aye, passes, thank you. Is that finance done?
Yes, sir. Now you're on.
Now go to libraries, matter, and. BBA is next, sorry. You know we all tired, so. BBA, libraries, matter, and any unfinished business. Mr. Robert Williams, welcome.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Councilpersons, recognizing the hour and recognizing that brevity is golden, well, silence is golden at this hour, brevity is platinum, we shall be brief. Do you have there we are, okay, fantastic. And Ricky Chuck is our Director of Business Service. He's going to be passing out a hard copy of our request. We're requesting the same amount as last year, $200,000 for the purpose of doing the business of the Black Business Association. Folks, the work we do is more important today than it ever has been. We are trying to develop a virtuous cycle of success for minority business enterprises in the community. We want to replace the vicious cycle of poverty, hopelessness, and crime with a virtuous cycle of success. And this is very, very important work. We have come to the realization that, and we're working in concert with a number of organizations. I serve on the board of the chamber, and we have with our new chairman, Mrs. Hardy, we are working to improve things among minority business enterprises. Because it's clear to us that when we have successful minority business enterprises, young people see that and they want to do that. As things exist today, there's a great deal of hopelessness in the community, and there are not that many minority businesses which are successful. We got to improve that. And this is foundational to the future of this community. Now, our budget request is pretty modest, if it makes sense. And I want to thank Councilman Brown because he pointed this out last year. Said, "Is this all you're asking for? We give you what you ask for." We recognize that there are budget constraints everywhere, and we try to do more with less. We just pray that we don't have to do everything with nothing. And what Councilman Brown said, goodness gracious, you don't even have enough money in your budget to take a trip. Well, we sharpened our pencil last year, Councilman Brown, and we went to the United States Black Chamber of Commerce meeting in Washington, D.C. last July. Okay. On the way up there, I read a book on the plane flight up, a book by a gentleman named Charles Tremendous Jones. The name of the book is The Price of Leadership. There's a quote out of that book that says, "The only difference between yourself now and 5 years from now will be the books you read and the people you meet." And I read a lot of books, but I found that you could do a whole lot more good and a whole lot faster by meeting the right people. And while I was in the Black Chamber, I came away with a number of ideas, a number of practices that are working well in a number of communities, such as Section 3. We haven't done enough of that here under that federal model. And the lady in Wichita, Kansas, and there are not many African Americans in Wichita, Kansas, has done a great job of that, and we worked and collaborated on how to try to get this done in Memphis. Some years ago, Mr. Wilson had me go to a meeting with Section 3, and I did not understand why. I understand far more now, and we should develop those models and implement them in Memphis. What questions do you have of us?
Move it.
Move it. One last thing. If
You got a motion and a second. I had to take this. Moved and properly seconded. Now we're gonna do it. All those in favor? Aye. All those opposed? Pin chair. The ayes have it. The item passes. You can talk about it later. Okay. All right. Who's next? Libraries and matters.
Is anything in that book about not selling past the close?
Or I need to shut up. I learned in the City 101.
Now, if y'all want to do the same thing with Miss McCloy's, if y'all just want to do the same thing, y'all can.
Move it.
See you guys when somewhere.
You want to say second?
Move second.
Okay, it's been moved and properly seconded, and we have a question.
Yes.
After the presentation. Well, do you have to see the presentation and go all that?
No.
Go ahead.
No. And Director, thank you for being here. Can you expound upon the library and its allocation for children? I know a lot of children populate all of our libraries throughout the system, but can you just elaborate when we talk about the amount of money that we expend on children within the library that was included in that?
Sure. So we offer about 3,000 programs to our nearly 3 million visitors a year. Of those, 1,625 this year so far have been for children and teens. So early childhood literacy, grade level reading, STEAM workshops, anything you could possibly imagine in terms of exposure. We have tons of story times. Children's services are offered at every single library location. Every branch has children's services staff. We have teen services staff at every single location now. We've expanded and really intensified our focus on teens. You're familiar with Cloud 901. We're rolling that program out throughout the library system and are actually focusing on a pop-up for next year. So we'll be able to go to locations throughout the city of Memphis. We have 18 locations throughout Memphis and Shelby County. So, children and teens are they're in laser focus. We're very concerned about disconnected youth in our community. We want to prevent, enable people to, be sparked, have curiosity for lifelong learning, sparked at an early age. And so we like to do things that, teachers and schools don't necessarily have the time and luxury to do because they have so many requirements. So that's our passion, and it's our core service. We have Explore Memphis, which is our summer reading club. We've been doing that for many, many, many years, and year over year we have about 10,000 families that participate in that program and read, on average, over 200,000 books each summer. So we're really focused on literacy and literacy beyond just books, but resources, financial literacy, and then the science technology.
My last question is, based upon what you've seen that peer cities are doing, what more could we be doing, particularly to serve general population, but in particular, but specifically our youth?
One of the things we're most intensely focusing on right now is just outreach, because a lot of people do come to the Memphis Public Library locations, but we really have to go to people where they are. We do go to daycares, we do go to community centers. We are partnering with a lot of outside organizations. We partner with, say, Knowledge Quest or Bridges or River City Links. We're going to other places besides just those within our four walls. And so I think the mobile services are critical. I think that just expanding organizations and identifying how people help us identify groups. I see one of our librarians here, Johnny Mosley, who has an outreach program called Real Men Read, where African American males come into various branches and read, because so many people don't have that luxury. So we're trying to really friend raise and expand both outside of our walls and inside. So, for me, this is the most urgent consideration, and children are our top focus.
Well, I thought that was my last question, but I will wrap it up after this.
Yeah, less than a minute.
Okay, I noticed that you really don't have that much of a significant increase in your ask for this year. And so when we're looking to expand these things to you, something to think about for next year, because this is, when we talk about parks, when we talk about libraries, the things that really touch the Memphians to the core, I'd like to see greater investments in that area. Thank you.
I'd be honored to.
Comment.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, Director. I just want to say thank you so much for your services. I think libraries are a core part of our city. If we could find any more money, and also it's very important to our youth, but also our senior citizens, because my mother does not really particularly like technology. It is the Memphis Public Libraries and how she gets and keeps up to speed on all of this. So just want to say thank you so much for your service.
Thank you so much.
Mr. Brown, go ahead.
I do have one problem with the library.
Here we go.
And,
You know what you're about to do.
Believe it or not, I'm serious. But look, I've been trying to figure something out. Now, I know who named that library for Benjamin Hooks. I look all around the building and look outside. I even called in the Historical Society and come and take a look and see who named that library for Benjamin Hooks. I can't seem to find it anywhere. So what's going on? I don't see Joe Brown's name anywhere. Well, I named the library for Reverend Ben Hooks.
So you want a room in the library?
No, I don't want a room.
Not the bathroom.
I want where is that marker I've been looking for all these years? What was that, 12 years ago? Whatever happened to it? Ms. Hooks said it was going
your
up.
own special marker.
Yeah, put that
Your
special
name
marker.
is up
You'll get back to
in
it.
the foyer as you walk in the library.
I
Your
like
name
it.
is
I
on
like
the
it.
bronze
But you know,
plaque.
it's in the African American history books through the community. They know who named that library. But I'm just saying, believe it or not, I was just really, I know the director. I mean, I go all the way back. I even know the friends of the library who owe us some money. About 13 to 15 or 18 $million, but we'll never collect it.
Give them an IOU.
Because it's not even existing anymore.
That's your
But
limitation.
at the same time,
All right.
find that plaque. It's okay with me. I move. I like to move.
I
already moved. I'll go move twice.
We still have one more item. No.
Madam.
I don't have the question anymore because even though your compliment went down, your budget went up, so you should be fine. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Thank you, Chairman.
It
Thank you,
passes.
Chairman.
Last item, madam.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. Okay. Wow. Mr. Garrison, he been, make sure he can walk out the building when he needs to.
You gonna be the bodyguard?
Move it.
Move it. There you go. That's the issue.
Somebody say second.
Second. We don't
Is
want
there
to
any
take
discussion?
All
or we
those
gonna
in
move
favor
on?
say,
Anybody say all those in favor?
Aye.
All those opposed? Ayes have it. Do we have
All
any more
right, that's
business?
the end of that story.
See y'all next week.
Sam Powers, my guy. How you doing? It's all good, man. It's all good, man. We having fun, man. You gotta have fun. If you don't have fun in this business, you'll lose your mind. How's it going, my friend? Good to see you, man. All right, okay. I want to give you this. Okay.